Editor's note. This book is not just a photograph of two of the most important statesmen of the last 40 years. It is also, through the reflections written during the 4 years of the first Barack Obama presidency of the United States, a direct testimony of the Cuban revolutionary leader Fidel Castro of world events, of the policy of opening towards Cuba and Obama's internal policy in view of a rejection or reconfirmation of the change desired by the Black Kennedy. This book is for those readers who love news not smuggled by intermediaries, but expressed by the live voice of the protagonists, for those who continue to believe in the American dream and for those who have believed and continue to believe in the Cuban dream or, better, in the Cuban Revolution. Few politicians have raised as many expectations as the 44th President of the United States, Barack Obama. Let's change. Yes, we can change. No one took him at his word more than Fidel Castro. After these election announcements, Obama turned out to be more of a pragmatist than a progressive. Castro's illusions melted like snow in the sun. He must have thought with regret, the same old policies. O United States of America, why do you never learn? Castro takes it out on the U.S. empire. Will it fall? Will he continue? Not even Obama is capable of scratching the profound structure and culture of an imperial state acquired over decades and strongly desired by the majority of Americans. Conservatives are just waiting for a few missteps from Obama to turn him against his own people. The 4 years of his presidency have propelled him ever higher, although there has been no change in his economic and military policies despite positive rhetoric on negotiation and dialogue rather than hegemony and monopoly on the truth. It was easy for Obama to succeed George W. Bush, considered by many to be the worst president ever. And despite the wars for oil, pipelines, bases, and discontents in Iraq and Afghanistan, there have been far worse imperialists than Obama. The current president's progressive critics say that for 236 years the United States has defended democracy everywhere. The over 160 military interventions abroad carried out up to the 1940s, the Cold War wars in Korea, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Lebanon, the CIA-orchestrated coups in Guatemala, Indonesia, Brazil, Chile, Argentina, the post-Cold War wars in Iraq, Somalia, Yugoslavia, Afghanistan, Libya are justified by the defense of democracy. The same commitment guarantees Hillary Clinton, Secretary of State, is being carried out by the Obama administration. Obviously, the criticisms of the political right against Fidel Castro are now consolidated for years, and the judgment of this political party has never changed. What do Fidel Castro and Barack Obama have in common? The uncomfortable similarities were highlighted by the political party opposed to the American president. Both politicians went through turbulent childhoods and were committed to a social revolution, under the sign of Marxism-Leninism and a passionate anti-imperialism on the part of the Cuban leader, and of racial integration, the defense of socially weaker by the youngest president. American conservative Jeffrey Klein writes that both men were born into non-traditional family circumstances that left a social stigma that will forever affect their lives. Fidel Castro was born in August 1926 in Spain, from an extramarital relationship between his father Angelo and the housemaid, 30 years his junior, Lina Ruz Gonzalez, who came from a poor Cuban family. When he was only 6 years old, Fidel and his older brothers were sent to live with their teacher in Santiago de Cuba. At 8 he was baptized in a Catholic rite. Angelo Castro divorces his wife when Fidel is 15 and marries Fidel's mother, Lina. Later, Fidel Castro is formally recognized when he is 17, and his surname changes from Ruz to Castro. At the end of 1945, Castro began studying law at the University of Havana. Immediately involved in the student protest movement, he joined left-wing student groups. Castro joins a newly formed socialist group, the Cuban People's Party, but, influenced by the writings of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, he moves further to the left. From January 8, 1959, when he was appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces after the fall of the Batista government, to December 17, 2007 he assumed an active political role as undisputed leader of the Republic of Cuba, subsequently handing power over to his brother Raúl. Barack Obama, born in August 1961, is the product of an interracial marriage between a white American woman and a black Kenyan man. Obama's parents separated shortly after his birth and divorced in 1964. His father visited him only once, in Hawaii, where the future President of the United States lived. In 1971, he died in a car accident in 1982. After the divorce, Obama's mother remarried Indonesian Lolo Soetoro, a foreign student in Hawaii. In 1967, they moved to Indonesia, and Barack attended local schools in Jakarta. In 1971, Obama returned to Honolulu to live with his maternal grandparents and attended a private college preparatory school from 5th grade until he graduated from high school in 1979. His mother returned to Hawaii in 1972 and remained there until 1977, when he returns to Indonesia. She returned to Hawaii only 17 years later, in 1994. She died of ovarian cancer a year later. Fidel Castro, who in 2006 effectively left the presidency of Cuba to his brother Raúl for health reasons, regularly publishes his reflections. Obama is the subject of most of them. Giving up the exercise of the managerial function does not mean abandoning politics, and Fidel Castro certainly does not fail to make his own contribution to the theoretical cultural debate that permeates the international left. Indeed, freed from his state commitments, with greater systematic punctuality and freedom he can venture into reflection, judgments, and elaboration. Washington and Havana are Cold War adversaries who have carried their mutual antipathy and distrust into the 21st century, and Castro regularly makes political criticisms of his ideological foe. The major reproaches to the President of the United States are summarized in a few sentences. Is there any country that has remained outside the bloody threats of this illustrious defender of international security and peace? Referring to the attention of the United States towards the political situations in Syria, Iran, Iraq, Yemen, Egypt, Afghanistan, North Korea, Libya, and the Palestinian area. Who granted the United States these prerogatives, says Castro. The only support for the Cuban leader comes from Hugo Chavez and Evo Morales, presidents of Venezuela and Bolivia respectively, who do not support United States policy. Fidel Castro has repeatedly called Barack Obama the Yankee president. The Republicans lashed out against the Democratic administration and even against Hillary Clinton, who allegedly committed the crime of granting an entry visa to Mariela Castro to participate with a speech at a Congress of the prestigious Association of Latin American Studies of San Francisco. Mariela Castro, of course, is the daughter of current Cuban President Raúl Castro, and the granddaughter of Fidel Castro. The Republican presidential candidate, Romney, added his voice to the protest and in his electoral program made a commitment not to grant visas to official representatives or employees of the government of Cuba or of the Communist Party of Cuba who have passports official or diplomat, individuals who, regardless of the type of passport they present, are considered by the Secretariat of State to be official representatives or employees of the government of Cuba or of the Communist Party, as stated in a 1985 presidential proclamation signed by Ronald Reagan. Moshe Dayan noted, "If you want to make peace, don't talk to your friends. Speak to your enemies." I believe this observation is equally applicable if we want to encourage change in regimes that violate human rights. Mrs. Castro thanked the man who made her trip possible, President Barack Obama. In an interview with CNN, Ms. Castro said that she hopes President Obama is re-elected next November, because if that were the case, then Cuba could have better relations with the United States than she has ever had before. Mariela Castro specified that, if Obama wins for the second time, he could put an end to the decades-long embargo against Cuba. I believe that Obama is the right man, and Obama needs greater support to be able to make this decision, he said. If Obama had the full support of the American people, then we could normalize our relations and have better relations than we had under President Carter, she added. During his presidency, Carter lifted all restrictions on travel to the United States for Cuba. To be fair, it is unclear whether Ms. Castro speaks for her father. Earlier this year, Fidel Castro wrote, under the title "The Best President for the United States," hypothesizing a choice between Obama, a Republican rival, or a robot. Isn't it evident that the worst thing is the absence, in the White House, of a robot capable of governing the United States and preventing the war that will end our species? I am sure that 90% of Americans, especially Hispanics, blacks, and the growing number of impoverished middle-class people, would vote for the robot. Mariela Castro probably dreams of a Cuba where she can walk freely, attend a concert or a public debate without problems, go in and out without asking permission. Let's not forget that a reform towards a liberal economy has been underway in Cuba for over a year and a half. Raúl Castro had also pledged to shift 40% of the country's production from the state sector to the private sector over the next 5 years. Mariela Castro was able to tour the United States without Cuban news calling her a mercenary. You said that you would vote for Obama and, surprise, the national press did not accuse her of being pro-American. Fidel Castro rejects all criticism of continued denials of basic freedoms by blaming the Cuban mafia in Miami, even when the criticism comes from inside Cuba. Fidel Castro's feelings are obvious. In front of him is his worst enemy, the most powerful representative of the United States. However, the elderly communist leader really hoped that Barack Obama's presence could finally bring about a turning point. The worsening of Castro's negative tone towards Obama goes hand in hand with the continuation of the U.S. president's presidential mandate and the failure to lift the embargo on Cuba. Disappointment shines ever more strongly in the Cuban leader's reflections. Fidel Castro rejected Barack Obama's offer, which on September 28, 2011 had opened up to a change of course towards Cuba and a possible revision of the embargo, provided that the island implemented political changes. Many things will change in Cuba, but they will change thanks to our effort and despite the United States. Perhaps the American empire will fall first, said Fidel. However, hope is the last to die, and Castro knows well that, instead of a potential progressive leader like Obama, he could find, from November 6, 2012, sitting in the chair of the Oval Room of the White House, a right-wing president who could erase forever his dreams of resuming diplomatic and commercial relations with the United States, before, upon his death, his brother Raúl completes the definitive democratic transformation of the Republic of Cuba. Fidel Castro, although he would never recognize Obama as an ally, has repeatedly praised the U.S. president on the occasion of the common fight against climate change and for health care for the most vulnerable social classes. There are many of President Obama's records that Fidel Castro would share: the doubling of investments in scholarships and financial aid for students from working-class and middle-class families to access and complete university education, progress for women to achieve equal pay for equal work. Never has a president of the United States attracted so much criticism from American ultra-conservatives. Obama is considered too friendly with Muslims, homosexuals, and abortionists. He wants the complete transformation of America with the utmost contempt for capitalism, Christianity, and traditional American values as his objectives, because he wants to change everything. He adores statism and secularism, the antithesis of the founding fathers of the United States, surrounding himself with anti-American left-wing radicals and communists. In this climate, the no-holds-barred challenge was born between Barack Obama and Mitt Romney, the Republican challenger to the presidency of the United States of America. It begins with Romney, who attacks Obama's father's origins. He is an African, he doesn't understand Anglo-Saxon traditions. And from the ancient motherland, he made a promise to the Americans, that of bringing the bust of Winston Churchill back to the Oval Office, replaced in 2009 by Obama to make room for the portrait of Martin Luther King. Speaking of the Cuban leader, Romney expressed himself like this: "I want to be the American president who is proud to say that I was president when we brought freedom to the Cuban people. If I am fortunate enough to become the next president of the United States, it is my intention that Fidel Castro will finally be lifted from this planet." Mitt Romney is not the solution, he is the problem, reads President Obama's new campaign ad. Who knows, maybe Fidel Castro thinks the same way. Martin Luther King said that no one is free until all are free. Fidel Castro said, the revolutionary believes in man, in human beings. Anyone who doesn't believe in human beings isn't revolutionary. What remains to be understood are the repeated references to the need for authentic freedoms essential for the construction of a renewed and open society which from world reach the Cuban leaders. The commitment to do everything possible to facilitate the realization of an easier change for all Cubans, moving from a totalitarian society to an open society, involves a lot of pain and many sacrifices. Our duty is to fight until the last minute for our country, for our planet and for humanity, recites Fidel. There have always been those who mythologize him and those who demonize him. He certainly remains one of the characters who left a mark in the 20th century. Castro believes and will continue to believe, in the depths of his heart, in Barack Obama, the first free American revolutionary. Years pass and eras change, and in light of the questions and arguments raised and shared by consensus also by Fidel Castro regarding the importance of free information and those marking the need for popular awareness and activism, someone might wonder if, at the age of 86, Commander Fidel is not making a strong self-criticism of the decades of leading a Cuba model imposed on his people. Or perhaps there are those who think like Castro, that the model of Western society is the apotheosis of the exhaustion of the planet's natural resources, of the pursuit of armaments, the emblem of the immorality of large multinationals and banks, the domination of finance, the control of minds that mean that billions of human beings in the capitalist world live without work, without health care, without a home, without the slightest right other than that of dying of hunger. For Fidel Castro, Obama is and will be the President of the United States. There is no room for Romney's ultra-conservative ideology. This volume includes the reflections on Obama and his policies, disclosed by Castro from May 2008 to June 2012. Atmosphere Books. Introduction. The main lines of United States policy never change suddenly, even when control of the presidency and both houses of Congress passes from one party to another. It is a historically proven fact. However, the opportunity had never arisen to see how another type of politician would adapt to that role, one who did not fit the traditional, white, Anglo-Saxon, and generally Protestant male model. The opportunity presented itself with the election of Barack Obama as President of the United States. Due to the racial and gender discrimination that exists in American society, the possibility that an African American or a woman would be elected to the presidency could only be imagined, naturally as a difficult and remote eventuality, after the extraordinary decade of social battles of the 1960s, a decade of struggles for African American civil rights, for women's liberation, for the social approval of the counterculture, against the Vietnam War and many other social movements. For this reason there has been a tendency to consider the election of an African American or a woman as president as something progressive in itself. This concept has been reinforced by symbolic presidential campaigns, such as those of the Rev. Jesse Jackson in 1984 and 1988, promoted primarily for mass education and mobilization purposes. The worsening of the economic, social, and moral crisis in the United States has turned the miracle into reality in the second decade of the 21st century. Faced with the serious damage to the credibility of the political system inherited from previous presidencies, from that of Ronald Reagan to that of George W. Bush, it being impossible to change the policy of the system, it has become indispensable to change the type, or stereotype, of the person in charge of implementing that policy. Thus, in the 2008 presidential campaign, for the first time in history the real possibility emerged that an African American or a white woman would be elected to the highest office in the United States. And in fact Obama was first elected Democratic presidential candidate and then president, the same could have happened with Hillary Clinton. The miracle has become reality, but not in the way the 1960s generation dreamed of. So how can we frame Obama's election as president and evaluate his first term in office? 2 years after Obama's election as president, We still cannot see the end of the war in Afghanistan on the horizon. After the withdrawal of the troops, there are still 50,000 US soldiers in Iraq, and the threat of military aggression remains latent against the Democratic People's Republic of Korea and the Islamic Republic of Iran. In the latter case it is a direct threat of nuclear war, while in Latin America and the Caribbean North American imperialism continues to expand its network of military bases, while simultaneously deploying the Fourth Fleet. In the context of domestic politics, the president managed to get approved, in the face of substantial concessions, the reform of the health system, which his opponents threatened to cancel. He has not made any progress in migratory reform, nor is there any shadow of consensus on how to resolve the contradictions of a society incapable of maintaining the levels of consumption and waste to which it has been accustomed since the Second World War. Dissatisfaction with President Obama's management is one of the factors that led, in the legislative elections of November 2, 2010, to the Democratic Party's loss of control of the House of Representatives and a reduction in its majority in the Senate. All this was predicted by one of the most qualified figures of global standing to analyze the state and prospects of U.S. imperialism. This figure is Fidel Castro Ruz, the leader of the Cuban Revolution, who for more than 50 years managed to resist the policy of aggression, embargo, and isolation imposed against Cuba by the greatest imperialist power. For Fidel Castro and Cuba, Obama is the 11th president to govern the United States since January 1, 1959, the date of the triumph of the revolution. Ocean Press. The cynicism of empire. It would be dishonest of me to remain silent after hearing Obama's speech on the afternoon of March 23 at the Cuban-American National Foundation created by Ronald Reagan. I listened to his speech, as I did McCain's and Bush's. I have no resentment towards him, because he is not responsible for the crimes perpetrated against Cuba and humanity. If I defended him, however, I would be doing his opponents a huge favor. Despite this, I have no reservations in criticizing him and in frankly expressing my point of view on his words. What did Obama say? Since I was born, there has been injustice and repression in Cuba, and the Cuban people have never known freedom. Over the course of 2 generations, the people of Cuba have never known democracy. In 50 years there have never been elections. I will not tolerate this injustice. We will rise together for freedom in Cuba, he told the annexationists. Then he added, I give you my word. It's time to let Cuban Americans' money make their families less dependent on the Castro regime. I will maintain the embargo. Such statements from a candidate for the presidency of the United States save me the effort of having to explain the reason for this reflection of mine. José Hernández, one of the leaders of the Cuban-American National Foundation, whom Obama praises in his speech, was none other than the owner of a .50 caliber automatic rifle, equipped with an infrared telescopic sight, which was confiscated, by chance, together with other lethal weapons that were transported by sea to Venezuela, where the foundation had planned to assassinate the author of these lines at the international meeting held in Margarita, in the Venezuelan state of Nueva Esparta. Pepe Hernandez's group wanted to renegotiate a pact previously made with Clinton, whom the Mosquenosa clan had betrayed, ensuring Bush's electoral victory in 2000 through fraud, because he had promised to assassinate Castro, something that everyone had accepted with joy. This is the kind of political chicanery typical of the decadent and adversarial political system of the United States. Presidential candidate Obama's speech can be summed up in these words: hunger for our nation, remittances as alms, and visits to Cuba to publicize the consumerist and unsustainable lifestyle of the United States. How do you plan to address the extremely serious problem of the food crisis? The world's grains must be distributed among humans, domestic animals, and fish. Our fish reserves are decreasing every year, becoming scarcer in the seas overexploited by large trawlers that no international organization has managed to hinder. It is not easy to produce meat from diesel and oil. Even Obama overestimates the technological potential in the fight against climate change, although he is more aware of the risks and limited time than Bush. He might seek the advice of Al Gore, also a Democrat and no longer a candidate, knowing that global warming is advancing at an accelerating pace. Bill Clinton, his political rival who is not running for president, an expert in extraterritorial laws, such as Helms-Burton and Torricelli, could advise him on an issue such as the blockade, which he promised to eliminate, without ever doing so. What did this man who, without a doubt, from a social and human point of view, is the most progressive candidate for the presidency of the United States, say in the Miami speech? For 200 years, he said, the United States has made it clear that it will not tolerate foreign intervention in our hemisphere. However, we must note that there is an intervention and it is very important: hunger, disease, and desperation. From Haiti to Peru, we can do better, we must do better. We cannot accept the globalization of an empty stomach. A grandiose description of imperialist globalization, the globalization of the empty stomach. We should thank him for this. But 200 years ago Bolivar fought for the unity of Latin Americans and, more than 100 years ago, Marty lost his life in the fight against the annexation of Cuba to the United States. What difference is there between what Monroe proclaimed and what Obama reiterated in his speech 2 centuries later? I will restore the figure of a special representative of the White House, as Bill Clinton did. We will also expand the Peace Corps and ask more young Americans to strengthen trust and bonds with people, he said towards the end of his remarks, concluding, together we can choose the future and not let the future decide for us. It's a beautiful phrase, as it confirms the idea, or at least the fear, that it is the story that creates the characters and not the other way around. The United States of today no longer has anything to do with the spirit that animated the principles of the Declaration of Philadelphia, formulated by the 13 colonies that rebelled against English colonialism. Today, it is a gigantic empire the likes of which the country's founders never imagined. However, nothing changed for the indigenous population and the slaves. The former were exterminated as the nation expanded, the latter, men, women, and children, continued to be sold at auction in the markets for about a century, despite the Declaration of Independence stating that all men are born free and equal. The objective conditions of the world favor the development of that system. In his speech, Obama attributes to the Cuban Revolution an anti-democratic character and a lack of respect for freedom and human rights. It is exactly the same argument that, almost without exception, U.S. administrations have continually used to justify their crimes against our country. The blockade, by its nature, is an act of genocide. I don't want to see those shameful values instilled in the children of the United States. An armed revolution in our country would not have been necessary without all the military interventions, the Platt Amendment and the economic colonialism it brought to the island. The revolution was the result of imperial domination. They cannot accuse us of imposing it. Real change could and should have occurred in the United States. Their workers, more than a century ago, clamored for the 8-hour working day in line with the development of labor productivity. The first thing that we leaders of the Cuban Revolution learned from Marty was to believe and act in the name of an organization founded for the purpose of making the revolution. And, after having institutionalized this organization, we were elected by more than 90% of the voters, a percentage that has become usual in Cuba, unlike the ridiculous level of electoral participation which often, as in the United States, remains below 50% of the voters. No small country under blockade like ours would have been able to hold out this long based on ambition, vanity, deceit, or abuse of power, the kind of power its neighbor wields. To say otherwise would be an insult to the intelligence of our heroic people. I don't doubt Obama's great intelligence, his cross-examination skills or his work ethic. He knows communication techniques well and is favored over his rivals in the electoral race. I feel sympathy for his wife and his little girls, who accompany him and encourage him every Tuesday. Without a doubt it is a pleasant human spectacle. Nonetheless, I am forced to ask some sensitive questions. I don't expect answers, I just want to raise them. 1. Is it right for the President of the United States to order the murder of any other person in the world, regardless of the pretext? 2. Is it ethical for the President of the United States to order the torture of other human beings? 3. Can a powerful country like the United States use state terrorism as a tool to bring peace to the planet? 4. Is it acceptable to have an adjustment law that is applied, as punishment, against a single country, Cuba, in order to destabilize it, even when it costs the lives of innocent children and mothers? If it is acceptable, why is this right not automatically guaranteed to Haitians, Dominicans, and other peoples of the Caribbean, and does it not equally apply to Mexicans and other peoples of Central and South America, who are dying like flies on the borders of Mexico or in Atlantic and Pacific waters? 5. Can the United States do without immigrants who grow vegetables, fruits, almonds, and other delicacies for U.S. citizens? Who would sweep their streets, who would serve as servants in their homes or do the hardest and worst paid jobs? 6. Is it right to take a hard line against illegal residents, even if it affects children born in the United States? 7. Is brain drain, the ongoing theft of the best scientific and intellectual minds from poor countries, moral and justifiable? 8. You, President, affirm, as I highlighted at the beginning of this reflection, that your country had long warned the European powers that it would not tolerate any intervention in the hemisphere, underlining that this right must be respected, and at the same time claims to have the right to intervene anywhere in the world with the help of hundreds of military bases and naval, air and space forces distributed throughout the planet. I wonder, is this the way the United States expresses its respect for freedom, democracy, and human rights? 9. Is it right to prepare preemptive and surprise attacks on 60 or more dark corners of the world, as Bush calls them, whatever the pretext? 10. Is it honorable and sensible to invest millions upon millions of dollars in the military-industrial complex, to produce weapons that could destroy life on Earth over and over again? Before judging our country, you should know that Cuba, with its programs for education, health, sports, culture, and sciences, implemented not only on its territory, but also in other poor countries of the world, and with the blood that has been shed in acts of solidarity with other peoples, despite the economic and financial blockade and aggression of his powerful country, he is proof that a lot can be done with very little. Not even our closest ally, the Soviet Union, was able to achieve what we achieved. The only form of cooperation that the United States can offer to other nations is to send professional soldiers. They cannot offer anything else, because they do not have enough people willing to sacrifice themselves for others and offer material help to a country in need. But those people cannot be blamed for this, since society does not inculcate these values in them. We have never subordinated cooperation with other countries to ideological requirements. We offered our help to the United States when Hurricane Katrina violently hit the city of New Orleans. Our internationalist medical brigade bears the glorious name of Henry Reeve, a young man born in the United States, who fought and died for the sovereignty of Cuba in our first war of independence. Our revolution can mobilize tens of thousands of doctors and health workers. It can mobilize an equally large number of teachers and citizens willing to travel to every corner of the world to serve any noble purpose, not to usurp people's rights or seize raw materials. The goodwill and determination of the people constitute an unlimited resource that cannot be stored in a bank, nor would it fit into one. Nor can they arise from the hypocritical politics of an empire. May 25, 2008. The elections of November 4, 2008. Tomorrow will be an important day as the world will follow the elections of the most powerful nation on earth. Even today, with less than 5% of the world's population, every year the United States sucks enormous quantities of oil and methane, minerals, raw materials, consumer goods, and sophisticated products imported from abroad. Many of these, particularly fuel and minerals extracted from mines, are non-renewable. The United States is the largest producer and exporter of weapons. Their military-industrial complex also has an insatiable domestic market. Their naval and air forces are deployed at numerous military bases located in the territories of other nations. U.S. strategic missiles, loaded with nuclear warheads, are capable of reaching any part of the world with absolute precision. Many of the world's brightest minds are uprooted from their country of origin and placed at the service of this system. It is a parasitic and marauding empire. It is a known fact that the black population, introduced to the United States through centuries of slavery, is the victim of considerable racial discrimination. Democratic candidate Obama is half black. On him the dark skin and the typical features of that race are very evident. He was able to study at a higher education institution, where he graduated with top marks. He is certainly smarter, more educated and more trustworthy than his Republican opponent. Tomorrow's elections will take place as the world suffers from a serious financial crisis, the worst since the 1930s, among many that have seriously affected the economies of many nations over 3/4 of a century. International media, political analysts, and commentators are dedicating part of their time to this issue. Obama is considered the best political speaker in decades. His compatriot Toni Morrison, winner of the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1993, the first of her ethnic group, born in the United States, to be awarded such an award, called him the nation's future president and poet. I witnessed the fight between the contenders. The black candidate caused a stir when he was nominated despite the strength of his opponents. He has well-articulated ideas that continually hammer into the minds of voters. He does not hesitate in stating that, rather than Republicans or Democrats, the citizens are above all Americans, who he describes as the most productive in the world. He claims that he will reduce taxes for the middle class, in which he includes virtually everyone, while completely eliminating taxes for the poorest sectors and increasing them for the richest. The revenue, he says, will not be used to get the banks out of trouble. He repeatedly insists that Bush's ruinous spending on the Iraq War will not be paid for by American taxpayers. He will end that war and bring U.S. troops home. Perhaps in view of the fact that Iraq had nothing to do with the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001. Nonetheless, the blood of thousands of American soldiers was shed, wounded or killed in battle, and more than 1 million of people lost their lives in that Islamic nation. It was a war of conquest imposed by the empire that was in search of oil. In light of the current financial crisis and its aftermath, U.S. citizens are more concerned about the economy than the war in Iraq. They are anxious about their jobs, about the safety of their bank deposits and their pension funds. They are afraid of losing the purchasing power of their money and the homes where they live with their families. They want assurance that, under any circumstances, they will receive adequate medical care and their children will have access to higher education. Obama is issuing a challenge. I think he has taken, and will continue to take, great risks in a country where any extremist can legally obtain a modern sophisticated weapon anywhere, as happened in the first half of the 18th century in Western America. He supports the system and will support the system. In reality, the world's urgent problems are not the first source of concern for Obama, much less for the other candidate who, as a war pilot, dropped tens of tons of bombs on Hanoi, more than 15,000 kilometers away from Washington, without any remorse. Last Thursday, in a letter I addressed to Lula, in addition to what I had said in my reflection of October 31st, I wrote, "Racism and discrimination have been present in American society since the founding of that state 2 centuries ago. Latinos and blacks have always been discriminated against. Their citizens have been educated in consumerism. Objectively, humanity is threatened by their weapons of mass destruction. The people of the United States are more worried about the economy than the war in Iraq. McCain is an old, bellicose, ignorant man. He is not very witty and is not in good health." Finally, I added, "If my calculations are wrong, if racism takes hold and if the Republican candidate wins the presidency, the threat of war will increase and the opportunities for the people of the world to progress will be reduced. Despite this, we need to fight and build awareness about this, whoever wins this election. When these opinions of mine are published tomorrow, no one will be able to say that I wrote something that could be used in the electoral campaign of one of the candidates. I had to be, and I was, neutral in this electoral dispute. This is not interference in the internal affairs of the United States, as the State Department, which is so respectful of the sovereignty of other countries, would claim. November 3, 2008. Swim against the current. Last week, newly elected U.S. President Barack Obama announced his economic recovery program. On Monday, December 1, he presented the teams chosen for national security and foreign policy, declaring, "Today, Vice President-elect Biden and I are pleased to introduce our Homeland Security team. Old conflicts remain unresolved and the new powers that are emerging put even more pressure on the international system. The spread of nuclear weapons increases the risk that the world's deadliest technology could fall into dangerous hands. Our dependence on foreign oil strengthens authoritarian governments and endangers our planet. The economic power we have must support our military strength, our diplomatic influence and our global leadership. We will renew old alliances and build new, lasting partnerships. American values are the best thing this country can export to the world. The team we have assembled here today was created specifically for this purpose. These men and women represent all elements of American power. They have served in the army and as diplomats, they share my pragmatism about the use of power, and my resolve about the United States' role as world leader." He also said, "I personally met Hillary Clinton. As far as I'm concerned, I cannot forget that she was the opponent of the new President Barack Obama and the wife of President Clinton, who signed the Torricelli and Helms-Burton extraterritorial laws against Cuba. During the presidential race she made commitments both with respect to this law both with respect to the economic bloc. I'm not complaining, I'm simply making an observation. I am proud that you are our next Secretary of State," continues Obama. "You will enjoy respect in every capital and obviously you will be able to advance our interests around the world. Hillary's nomination is a signal to friends and enemies of the seriousness of my commitment. At a time when we are facing an unprecedented transition between two wars, I have asked Robert Gates to continue his work as Secretary of Defense. As soon as I take office, I will charge Secretary Gates and our military with a new mission, to responsibly end the war in Iraq with a successful transition to Iraqi control. It strikes me that Gates is a Republican and not a Democrat. He is the only one to have been Secretary of Defense and Director of the CIA under both Democratic and Republican administrations." Gates, who is aware of his popularity, said that first he made sure that the new president chose him for as long as necessary. On the other hand, while Condoleezza Rice, on Bush's orders, went to India and Pakistan to mediate the tense relations between these two countries, 2 days ago, the Brazilian defense minister authorized a Brazilian company to manufacture Mar-1 missiles, but instead of 1 per month, as has been the case up to this moment, he will produce 5 per month. 100 of these missiles will be sold to Pakistan at an estimated cost of €85 million. In a public statement, the minister said that these missiles are associated with aircraft and were designed to locate ground radars. They allow us to effectively monitor both land and airspace. Obama, for his part, in the statement released on Monday, continued undaunted, "We will continue to make the investments essential to strengthening our military and increasing our ground forces to defeat the threats of the 21st century." On Janet Napolitano, he said, "You bring with you the experience and executive skill we need in the Homeland Security Secretariat." Janet takes on this crucial role after having learned the lessons from the painful events that have occurred in recent years, from September 11 to Katrina. Like everyone, she understands the dangers of having an uncertain border, and she will be a leader who can reform a growing department and safeguard our homeland. Janet Napolitano is a well-known figure. In 1993 she was appointed district attorney in Arizona by Clinton, and then promoted to state attorney general in 1998. Subsequently, in 2002, she was a Democratic Party candidate and later elected governor of that border state that represents the border through which the greatest number of irregular immigrants transit. She was re-elected governor in 2006. On Susan Elizabeth Rice, Obama said, Susan knows that the global challenges we face require global institutions that work. We need the United Nations to be more effective as a forum for collective action against terrorism, climate change, genocide, poverty, and disease. On National Security Advisor James Jones, however, he said, "I am convinced that General James Jones will prove himself to be a strong and capable national security advisor. Generations of Jones have served heroically on the battlefield, from the beaches of Tarawa in World War II to Foxtrot Ridge in Vietnam. Jim's silver medal is a part of that legacy to be proud of. In battle he commanded a platoon, served as Supreme Commander of the Allied forces during a certain period of war and worked for peace in the Middle East. Jim is focused on today's and future threats. He knows the link between energy and national security, and has worked on fronts of global instability, from Kosovo to northern Iraq and Afghanistan. He will advise me on how to effectively use all factors of American power to defeat unconventional threats and advance our values. I am confident that this is the team we need to make a fresh start to America's national security. We can dialogue with Obama, wherever he wants, since we preach neither violence nor war. But they should be reminded that the carrot and stick system will not work in our country." None of the words uttered in his last speech seemed to respond in any way to the questions I asked him last May 25, 6 months ago. I don't mean to say that Obama is less intelligent now than before. On the contrary, he is showing faculties that have allowed me to compare his abilities with those of his mediocre opponent, John McCain, whom, to follow tradition, American society was on the verge of rewarding for his prowess. If it hadn't been for the economic crisis, television, and the internet, Obama would not have won the elections against the omnipotence of racism. It also helped that Obama studied first at Columbia University, where he earned a degree in political science, and then at Harvard, where he earned a law degree. This allowed him to become a member of the middle class with only a few $1,000,000. He is certainly not Abraham Lincoln, and our times are nothing like they were then. Today's American society is a consumerist society in which the habit of saving has been lost while the habit of spending has multiplied. Someone had to give a calm and serene response, even if this meant swimming against the current in the powerful river of hope raised by Obama in international public opinion. I still have 2 more press releases left to analyze. They include news from all over the world. I have estimated that, in this economic crisis, the United States alone will spend more than $6 trillion, a figure that can only be realized by considering the sweat and hunger, suffering and blood of the rest of the world's population. Our principles are the same as Baragua. The empire must know that our homeland may be razed to the ground, but the sovereign rights of the Cuban people are non-negotiable. December 4, 2008. The 11th President of the United States. Last Tuesday, January 20, 2009, Barack Obama assumed leadership of the empire as the 11th President of the United States since the victory of the Cuban Revolution in January 1959. No one could doubt the sincerity of the words with which he declared that he would transform his country into a model of freedom and respect for human rights in the world and for the independence of other peoples. Of course, these words do not offend anyone except misanthropes from every corner of the planet. He was calm as he stated that, at the illegal Guantanamo base, imprisonment and torture would cease immediately, which raised some eyebrows among those who rely on terror as an indispensable tool of their country's foreign policy. The noble and intelligent bearing of the first African American president who was ever at the head of the United States, from their foundation as an independent republic, which took place 2 1/3 centuries ago, had transformed, inspired by the examples of Abraham Lincoln and Martin Luther King, up to become the living symbol of the American dream. Nonetheless, despite everything he has been through, Obama still faces his greatest test. What will he do when the immense power he now has in his hands proves completely useless in overcoming the insoluble adverse contradictions posed by the system? I look back at the speeches and material I have produced over more than half a century. I had the rare privilege of being able to observe events for a very long time. I receive the information and calmly meditate on the events. I hope I won't have to enjoy this privilege in 4 years, when Obama's first presidential term is over. January 22, 2009. Deciphering the thoughts of the new President of the United States. It's not that difficult. After taking office, Barack Obama said that in order to make the decision to return the territory occupied by the Guantanamo naval base to its rightful owner, it was first necessary to evaluate whether or not it would have even the slightest influence on the defensive capacity of the United States. Immediately afterwards he added that, regarding the return of the occupied territory to Cuba, he would first have to consider what concessions the Cuban counterpart would offer in exchange. But this would be equivalent to demanding a change in its political system, a price Cuba has fought against for half a century. Maintaining a military base in Cuba against the will of our people is a violation of the most basic principles of international law. It is one of the powers of the President of the United States to recognize that law without imposing conditions. Not observing it would be an act of arrogance and an abuse of its immense power against a small country. To better understand the offensive nature of the empire's power, one must keep in mind the statements published on the official website of the U.S. government on January 22, 2009, after Barack Obama took office. Biden and Obama have decided to firmly support relations between the United States and Israel and believe that commitment in the Middle East is above all aimed at guaranteeing the security of Israel, the main United States ally in the region. The United States will never distance itself from Israel, and its president and vice president firmly believe that Israel has the right to protect its citizens, as they stated in the Declaration of Principles, which reflects the policy followed on this issue by the government of George W. Bush, Obama's predecessor. In this way, our friend Obama is complicit in the genocide against the Palestinians. Similar sugars were offered to Russia, China, Europe, Latin America, and the rest of the world, after the United States transformed Israel into a major nuclear power, a country that is responsible for a share of significant of the rapidly increasing exports of the empire's military industry, through which, with extreme violence, they threaten the population of all Muslim countries. Similar examples abound. There is no need to be a fortune teller. For further explanation, read the statements made by the new head of the Pentagon, an expert in war issues. January 29, 2009. The contradictions between Obama's politics and ethics. A few days ago I mentioned some of Obama's ideas which highlight his role within a system in which every principle of justice is denied. There are those who are deeply indignant if someone expresses criticism of that important figure, even if he does so with decorum and respect. And to the indignation are always added the subtle and not so subtle arrows of those who can launch them because they control the media, transformed into elements of media terror that is imposed on peoples to force them to support the unsustainable. Every criticism I make is always interpreted as an attack, an accusation, or something similar, which reflects poor consideration and rudeness towards the person it is directed at. This time I would prefer to address some of the many questions that could be asked and that the new President of the United States should answer. For example, does he or does he not renounce his prerogative as President of the United States, a prerogative that his predecessors, with few exceptions, have exercised as if it were a right, to order the assassination of a foreign political opponent, usually in a foreign country? In development? By chance, did one of his many assistants ever inform him of the nefarious acts committed by his predecessors, from Eisenhower onwards, in the years 1960 to 1967 against Cuba, including the mercenary Bay of Pigs invasion, the terror campaigns, the introduction into our territory of a huge quantity of weapons and ammunition and other similar acts? It is not my intention to blame the current President of the United States, Barack Obama, for actions committed by past presidents, when he was not even born yet, or when he was just a 6-year-old boy in Hawaii, a child born to a black Kenyan of Islamic faith and white American mother of Christian faith. On the contrary, this is an exceptional merit of American society and I am the first to admit it. Is President Obama aware that for decades our country has been the victim of viruses and bacteria deliberately introduced to bring diseases and plagues to people, animals, and plants? Do you know that some, such as dengue hemorrhagic fever, later became scourges that took the lives of thousands of children in Latin America, and that other plagues impact the economy of the peoples of the Caribbean and the rest of the continent as collateral damage that haven't managed to defeat it yet? Does he know that several politically subjugated Latin American countries, which today live in remorse for what they have done, also took part in these terrorist and economically damaging acts? Why is our country the only one in the world on which the Cuban Adjustment Act was imposed, which generates human trafficking and other actions that cost the lives of people, especially women and children? Was it honest to impose an economic blockade on our people that has lasted for almost 50 years? Was it right to arbitrarily request that the world accept the extraterritorial application of this economic blockade which can only bring hunger and hardship to a people? The United States cannot meet its vital needs without extracting large mineral resources from a large number of countries that simply export them, often without any refining process. And these products, if it suits the empire, are marketed by large multinational companies that operate with Yankee capital. Will that country give up such privileges? Would renunciation be compatible with the developed capitalist system? When Obama promises to make large investments to make the country self-sufficient in oil, even though the United States today represents the largest oil market in the world, he does not ask what future lies ahead for the countries whose main earnings come from the export of resources energy, and who often have no other significant source of income. After the crisis, when competition and struggle for markets and resources explodes again among those who are better off and who monopolize technology with sophisticated means of production, what possibilities will remain for developing countries that dream of industrialization? Despite the efficiency of new vehicles manufactured by the auto industry, will they use the technology required by ecology to protect humanity from the growing deterioration of the climate? Will the blind philosophy of the market be able to replace what only rationality could promote? Obama promises to inject huge sums of money into research into technologies that can multiply energy production, without which modern societies would paralyze. Among the energy sources that it promises to develop quickly are nuclear power plants, which is already being opposed by a large number of people due to the high risk of accidents with disastrous consequences for life, the environment, and human nutrition. Furthermore, it is absolutely impossible to prevent all accidents. And in any case, even without disastrous accidents of this kind, modern industry has already contaminated all the seas on the planet with toxic substances. Can similar contradictory and adverse interests be reconciled without transgressing ethics? The Democratic majority United States House of Representatives has launched the extremely protectionist slogan "Buy American products" to please the trade unions that support its campaign. This violates a basic principle of the World Trade Organization, since every nation in the world, small or large, dreams of developing itself through trade in goods and services, an area where only the big and rich manage to survive. In the United States, Republicans, discredited by the actions of the reckless Bush administration, almost immediately reacted against the measures taken by Obama to appease the Union allies. In this way, in the eyes of voters, the credibility of the new President of the United States has diminished. As an old politician and fighter, he commits no sin in expounding these ideas with humility. And as political, scientific, and technological news is published, many questions may be asked to which there are no easy answers. February 4, 2009. The answer comes quickly. The answer came only a few hours later from the voice of Rahm Emanuel, White House Chief of Staff. It doesn't matter that he chose not to quote my humble reflection. It's the answer that matters to him. He told journalists that the president is interested in the Cuban-American community. It is the first time since he took possession of the presidency that he has addressed the topic. In the state of Florida, 3 out of 4 Cubans with the right to vote voted for the Democratic candidate. Obama doesn't care about the nearly 12 million Cubans living on the island. When the president's closest aide was asked who he would support in Cuba, he did not want to elaborate, arguing that the less he said about Cuba the better he was. He announced to Cuban Americans that they will be allowed to travel to Cuba and send money remittances. But he did not make the slightest mention of the right of U.S. citizens to travel to Cuba. The Cuban Adjustment Act and the blockade did not merit any comment from him. Obama is losing his political virginity all too soon. February 5, 2009. The G20 summit opens. The G20 summit began today. The experts in economic issues, some due to their experience in important international assignments, others as researchers, have made an enormous effort. The topic is complex, the language is new and requires familiarity with the terms, with economic data, with international bodies and with political leaders with greater weight on the international scene. This is why I would like to simplify and explain in an understandable way what is happening in London, from my point of view. It's no surprise to anyone that Obama is the star of the London summit. It represents the most powerful and wealthy country in the world. Special circumstances favored it. There is no Bush, liar, cynical, warmonger and evil. And not even McCain, mediocre and ignorant, and this thanks to the surprising electoral victory of Obama, a black in the country of racial discrimination, where the majority of white voters give their vote to McCain, but in numbers not sufficient to compensate for the votes of more than 90% of black and mixed-race Americans, Latinos, the poor, and those affected by the crisis. Obama was elected just as other G20 leaders are about to conclude their terms, and he will likely be President of the United States for the next 8 years. Therefore it is not at all strange that the news from London talks mainly about him. What comes out of the summit is important for the world, if anything comes out of it. Each participant has their own national and even personal goals, such as those of the political leaders who will be judged by history. Obama's objective is, first and foremost, to change the image of his country, which is mainly responsible for the tragedy that the world is enduring and on which international public opinion, rightly, places the blame for the current devastating economic crisis, for which he personally has no political responsibility. As Joseph Stiglitz, former head of the International Monetary Fund and now professor at MIT, claims, he should come and tell us that he is not guilty of anything and that he is trying to resolve the matter as quickly as possible. His main European ally, British Prime Minister Gordon Brown, host of the summit, definitely aspires to change the current anti-Labour trend unleashed by the absurdities of his predecessor Tony Blair. Buckingham Palace received Obama and his wife Michelle. The president gave the elderly sovereign a modern digital player, an example of sophisticated American technology, an iPod with songs and images from the Queen's visit to the United States in 2007, and a book of musical scores signed by Richard Rodgers. Not a single word was exchanged with him about the insignificant G20 meeting. Brown, for his part, is playing it all on the crisis. He hopes to change the rules of the banking system, promote economic growth, increase cooperation, and end protectionism. He acknowledges that negotiations will be difficult. His motto is, "It is better to look forward than backwards." Of course, if voters looked back, he would get very few votes. The desire of the two allies, regarding the G20, is to minimize conflicts with France and Germany. Sarkozy has not hidden his dissatisfaction with US politics. He is in full rage. He recently threatened to leave the top. Yesterday he told the Europe 1 broadcaster that for now no satisfactory agreement has been reached at the summit, but he softened his threat to leave the negotiating table if there is no move towards greater regulation. "I will not join a summit that does not end in greater regulation." He confirmed that the negotiators have not reached any agreement. The draft summit communiqué, which is already circulating among journalists, hints at measures to restore global growth, keep markets open and encourage global trade. "We must get results, there is no other choice," Sarkozy insisted yesterday. A few days ago, Obama announced the United States' intention to introduce changes to its system of rules and controls, in the hope that this declaration would satisfy part of the European requests, eliminating one of their requests. Sarkozy reiterated that his commitment to putting a stop to tax havens is serious. German Chancellor Angela Merkel, very close to Sarkozy's positions, demands that the agreement does not include either the obligation of a fiscal plan to stimulate the economy for advanced countries, nor the opening of the debate on the announcement of a new international currency, requested from the G7 by emerging states. The world is at a crossroads, Merkel said. We must do everything possible to ensure that the crisis does not happen again. We must overcome what was discussed in Washington, she said, adding that everything decided in London must be guaranteed to be applied. There must not be a single place, a single product, a single institution without control and transparency. Merkel appeared in favor of increasing the allocation of the International Monetary Fund and accelerating aid to developing countries seriously suffering from the impact of the crisis. The expansion of the resources of the International Monetary Fund seems to already be a reality. Arriving in London, the Mexican president declared that he was negotiating a credit line with the fund, for €26 billion. Yesterday, in London, John Lipsky, number 2 of the International Monetary Fund, said that he will grant Mexico a credit line of $47 billion to guarantee liquidity in the event that the market situation worsens due to the crisis. The amount is greater than that requested by Mexico. Since the United States holds the majority of the shares of the International Monetary Fund, without their support such a credit line would not be possible, and this strengthens Obama's influence at the London summit. News agencies announced that Obama would meet with Dmitry Medvedev and Hu Jintao, the presidents of Russia and China, to discuss their problems with the United States. In the superpowers' bilateral meetings with these two great nations, economic problems will undoubtedly be addressed, and perhaps agreements patiently discussed and approved through their diplomatic representatives will be announced. Today, April 2, I read a long and detailed note from the Xinhua news agency, dated April 1, which informs that President Hu Jintao of China and President Barack Obama of the United States today reached an agreement under which their respective countries will work together to build positive, cooperative, and comprehensive relations in the 21st century. Furthermore, the presidents agreed to establish a bilateral mechanism of strategic and economic dialogues. The new commitment made by the two heads of state during their meeting in London will set the course and provide greater impetus for a constant, solid, and stable development of relations between the two nations. The relationship between China and the United States continues to be one of the most important bilateral relationships of the 21st century, an era in which humanity faces enormous opportunities and challenges. In the new era, the two nations have important responsibilities regarding world peace, stability, and development, and also share broad interests. The two sides must keep pace with the times and always manage bilateral ties from a strategic and long-term perspective. They must respect and take into account the fundamental interests of the other party and know how to exploit opportunities, as well as work together to face the challenges of the century. The mechanism of the Sino-American strategic and economic dialogues is an important step to give even greater impetus to the bilateral relationship. In this way, the dialogue between the two countries has moved to a new level. At a time when the international financial crisis continues to expand, these two nations must lean on each other and work together to weather the storm, which will further the primary interests common to China and the United States. China and the United States not only need to improve exchanges and cooperation in areas such as economic, climate change, energy and environment, but also strengthen communications and coordination on local and global issues. Such an agreement could not have been discussed in a one-hour meeting. It had certainly already been studied down to the smallest detail. China, whose current allies on the Asian continent are the same ones who invaded and plundered it just 70 years ago, today advances towards a leading position in the world economy. Being the main creditor of the United States, he calmly discusses with the president of that powerful country the rules on which relations between those two nations will be based in a world full of risks. The Xinhua agency could broadcast one of the most important news on the G20 summit. April 2, 2009. Obama's song. The President of the United States, in a press conference held at the end of the G20, at 2:30 p.m. Cuban time, declared that unemployment in his country has reached the highest levels of the last 26 years. Faced with crises like this, which have already occurred in the past, the world has not reacted quickly enough. Today we learn the lesson of history. Some press had questioned our ability to reach agreement, confusing honest debate with irreconcilable differences, but we demonstrated that consensus is possible. We have decided on measures to resolve the situation and to ensure that we do not reach this point again in the future. We agreed to encourage job creation. The United States will clean up its financial institutions, eliminating toxic securities and reactivating credit for small and medium-sized businesses. And our G20 partners will undertake similar programs. We will carry out initiatives to support the economies of developing countries, based on credit facilities. At the same time, we will not implement protectionist policies that could exacerbate the problems. We will extend and increase control over strategic institutions and sectors. We will reform and expand the IMF and other international financial institutions with the aim of strengthening them. Approximately $448 billion will be allocated to support the economies of developing countries. We will also stand alongside the UN and the World Bank to avoid humanitarian catastrophes. Responding to questions from the accredited press, the President of the United States, among other things, stated, "I think it went pretty well. I came with the intention of listening and learning. I am happy with the agreements reached and with having contributed to them. We live in a globalized economy and the initiatives we take must be global in scope to be effective. In the United States we have seen a drastic reduction in exports, while the contagion from other economies has affected some North American companies that appeared to be solid." He then added, "This is a joint document, but of course each country has its own particular ideas and problems, which are sometimes non-negotiable, and we have done everything to bring all those elements together without undermining the overall effectiveness of the document. Of course, this does not solve the problem of toxic securities and therefore the way in which each country will move to combat them, together with recovery plans, is of vital importance. What is certain is that the faster we act, the more immediate the benefit will be for everyone. I think there has always been a strong current of thought capable of identifying the injustices of the free market and, in this sense, many are wary of globalization while others think that sovereignty always belongs to the market. However, I believe that if you study history you realize that the market is the most effective mechanism for creating wealth. Sometimes, however, it goes off the rails, and if it is not regulated, if limits are not set within which to channel the market's energies, we could give rise to unwanted mechanisms. As far as local politics are concerned, I am the President of the United States, I am not the President of China or Japan, nor of Europe. Therefore I have the duty to give answers to my electorate who expects an improvement in the quality of life. My presence here is a contribution so that Americans can have a home, a job, and so that their children can go to school, ultimately, so that they can realize the American dream. According to international polls, confidence in U.S. leadership has increased. I wouldn't be here if I didn't think that, as a nation, we have important things to teach. We talked about Bretton Woods. We do not live in the era of Roosevelt or Churchill. The world has changed. Europe has been rebuilt, China and India are powers. Other countries are mobilizing, and this is positive. We have heard some comments on the role of the United States in this crisis. It has been said that the crisis began in the United States, that all this started on Wall Street. Some businesses took serious unjustified risks, which had a huge impact on our economy and then spilled over into the world economy. As can be seen, Obama's answers to journalists were basically directed at his voters. They express what the President of the United States thinks. He is certainly much better than Bush and McCain, but his thinking is not in line with the real problems of the world today. The empire is much more powerful than him and his good intentions. The final communiqué of the G20 summit announces that the resources of the International Monetary Fund will be tripled up to $750 billion, that $500 billion will be allocated to loans to the countries most affected by the crisis and $250 billion will go to special drawing rights. An extra $100 billion will then be allocated to strengthen the multilateral development banks and $250 billion to reactivate world trade. I would like to point out that these funds will come from the European Union, Japan, China, and other countries and from the sale of part of the IMF's gold reserves. The British Prime Minister declared that a new international order is emerging and added that the Washington consensus is outdated and that the decisions taken today will not resolve the crisis immediately. The French president declared himself very satisfied with the results of the summit, considering the fact that the measures adopted represent the most profound reform of the financial system since 1945. He didn't have to leave the room. The U.S. Department of Labor said the number of people continuing to receive unemployment benefits hit a new all-time high of 5.73 million in March. Obama talked about Bretton Woods. At that time, after the last World War had just ended, the United States possessed 80% of the world's gold and its rapidly growing economy was intact. Bretton Woods gave them the privilege of issuing convertible currency while other countries were in ruins. They had dollars and gold. The price of gold remained stable for over 25 years, until the United States government, close to bankruptcy due to the imperialist war in Vietnam, unilaterally suspended the conversion of the dollar, manipulating the economies of other countries on the planet as it pleased. The crisis is inextricably linked to the capitalist production and distribution system. Its main exponent, the United States, has gone through two major crises throughout its history that have afflicted its economy for periods of more than 20 years. This is the third crisis and it will emerge only very slowly. Europe knows this from bitter personal experience. Thanks to Bretton Woods, North American multinationals have bought properties everywhere in the world. They paid in gold and paper money, today they buy them with paper money or old iron money, as the Chinese call it. Their country also has the rare privilege of veto power in the International Monetary Fund. Not a single word was said in London committing the United States to renouncing this privilege. The next crisis will occur much sooner and much more profoundly than Obama and many of his key G7 allies can imagine. Crises cannot be resolved with administrative or technical measures, because they are part of the system and increasingly affect the economy and globalization of the planet. Not everyone in London was caught up in the euphoria. A release from the AFP agency informs that on Thursday the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Navi Pillay, criticized the G20 summit, complaining about the exclusion of protesters and poorer countries. As High Commissioner for Human Rights, I want to say that financial policy should not be limited to banks, but be aimed at human beings, whose concerns should be at the center of debates. The G20 summit should immediately address the concerns of workers and poor farmers. At the same time, numerous demonstrations against the summit were taking place in London. Another agency note reports that the president of the African Union Commission, Jinping, referring to the summit, declared, "We are not asking countries to open their wallets to give us money, because they have promised it over and over again and they did nothing. It is a measure that was already taken last year." While the supposed saving measures were being adopted in London, the ghost of climate change appeared on the very day the final G20 agreement was being approved, as a tragedy more serious than the economic crisis. The AFP agency informed that, according to new scientific research, around 80% of the Arctic ice cap could disappear by 2040, rather than 2100, as previously calculated. The frozen surface of the Arctic Sea on that date may not exceed 1 million square kilometers, compared to the current 4.6 million. The information was taken from data from a study carried out by researchers at the University of Washington and the U.S. Oceanic and Atmospheric Agency. According to the study, the Arctic ice cap suffered an extraordinary decrease at the end of the summer of 2007 and 2008, years in which the ice surface reached 4.3 and 4.7 million square kilometers respectively. The models applied allow us to predict that in 32 years the Arctic will be practically ice-free. According to scientists, previous models predicted the scenario for the 21st century. A huge mass of water is accumulating in the polar ice cap. Today's edition of Grandma talked about it. On April 1st, I wrote about these two issues, the international financial crisis and climate change. I don't want to sow discouragement, but to create awareness. There is nothing worse than ignorance. As fascinating as sport can be, we must not resign ourselves and ignore issues that we have an obligation to pay attention to, such as the economy, climate, and science. I am a sports enthusiast, like everyone else, but man does not live by bread alone. April 3, 2009. Walk with your feet on the ground. While the G20 summit opened and closed in London on April 2, Karen DeYoung, the well-known journalist of an influential press organ, The Washington Post, wrote. Senator Richard G. Lugar called on President Obama to appoint a special envoy to initiate dialogues with the island's communist government. The almost 50 years of economic blockade against Cuba, states Lugar, places the United States in contradiction with the opinion of the rest of Latin America, the European Union and the United Nations, and they strongly undermine our security and political interests in the Western Hemisphere. The Summit of the Americas, held in Trinidad and Tobago from April 17 to 19, would be an opportunity to create a more hospitable climate, advancing U.S. interests in the region through a shift in our stance toward Cuba. Lugar, the most promising Republican on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, continues Karen DeYoung, is at the head of a large movement that calls for a new policy which includes the United States Chamber of Commerce, business groups, state governments, and defense organizations of human rights. A bipartisan majority of Congress has voted on several occasions in favor of easing restrictions on travel and other contacts with Cuba, despite attempts made during the Bush administration, which failed under the threat of a presidential veto. Lugar is one of the sponsors of a bipartisan bill introduced this week in the Senate that would end all restrictions on travel to Cuba except in cases of war and threats to health and safety. Lugar reported that the appointment of an envoy and the beginning of a direct dialogue on issues such as immigration and drug trafficking would be of vital interest to the security of the United States and could ultimately create the conditions for a meaningful debate on the most controversial issues. Karen DeYoung's article leaves no doubt, the Indiana senator walks with his feet on the ground. He does not start from philanthropic positions. He works, as we have seen, with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, business groups, state governments, and human rights organizations. I'm sure Richard G. Lugar is not afraid of being foolishly called a weakling or a pro-socialist. If President Barack Obama goes around the world stating, as he did in his own country, that we need to invest the money necessary to emerge from the financial crisis, to guarantee the homes in which countless families live, to ensure employment for the millions of American workers who are losing it, to guarantee health and quality education to all citizens, how do you plan to reconcile all this with the measures of the blockade with which it imposes its will on a country like Cuba? Today one of the most serious problems for this hemisphere and for Europe is drugs. In the fight against drug trafficking and organized crime, fueled by the enormous market that the United States represents, Latin American countries are now losing almost 10,000 lives every year, more than double those lost by the United States in the war in Iraq. Their number is growing and the problem is very far from being solved. In Cuba, geographically close to the United States, this phenomenon does not exist. On this thorny problem and on the fight against illegal emigration, the U.S. and Cuban Coast Guards have been cooperating for many years. On the other hand, no American has ever died as a result of terrorist actions coming from our country, because these activities are not tolerated. The Cuban Revolution, which the blockade and the dirty war failed to destroy, is based on ethical and political principles, and this is what has made it capable of resisting. I do not pretend to have exhausted the topic, on the contrary, in this reflection I have deliberately omitted the damage that the arrogant attitude of the United States has caused to Cuba. Those who are able to calmly analyze the events, as in the case of the senator from Indiana, use an irrefutable argument: the measures of the United States against Cuba, which have lasted for almost half a century, are a total failure. It is not necessary to emphasize what Cuba has always said: we do not fear dialogue with the United States. Nor do we need comparison to exist, as some fools think. We exist precisely because we believe in our ideas and have never feared dialogue with our adversary. It is the only way to create peace and friendship between peoples. April 5, 2009. The visit of 7 members of the United States Congress. An important political delegation from the United States is visiting Cuba. It is the Congressional Black Caucus which, in practice, is the most progressive wing of the Democratic Party. It was founded in January 1969 by the 12 members of the United States Congress who were members of the United States Congress at that time. During the first half of the 20th century, only 4 Americans were elected to Congress. Today, also thanks to its battles, the CBC is made up of 42 members, many of whom have expressed constructive and operational positions on issues concerning Cuba. The first caucus delegation to visit here, in February 1999, was chaired by Maxine Waters. The second visit took place in January 2000. Some members of that group have taken public positions in favor of little Elian Gonzalez's return to his homeland. In May 2000 there was a new visit by a caucus delegation, chaired by the then Maine leader, James Clyburn of North Carolina, joined by Benny Thompson of Mississippi and Gregory Meeks of New York State. These members of Congress were the first to whom I spoke about Cuba's willingness to award scholarships to low-income young people, who would be selected by the CBC itself, to study medicine in our country. We made a similar proposal to the non-governmental organization Pastors for Peace, chaired by the Reverend Lucius Walker, who was the first to send students to the Latin American School of Medicine. When the Bush administration reinvigorated the pressure and the anti-Cuban policy against the travel and presence in Cuba of people from the United States, the congressman of the CBC turned to the Secretary of State, Colin Powell, and managed to ensure that young Americans could finish the medical studies they had begun in Cuba. Perhaps Powell, who is a military leader of great authority and prestige, could have been the first black president of the United States, but he renounced the candidacy out of respect for the family who, mindful of the assassination of Martin Luther King, tenaciously opposed that application. The CBC delegation currently visiting Cuba is chaired by Barbara Lee, representative of the state of California. She had already come to Cuba to accompany the then black deputy Ronald Dellums, of whom she was assistant and whose seat she occupied. I have therefore already had the honor of knowing her and admiring her fighting spirit and her fighting ability. The group she chairs is made up of 7 Democratic members of Congress. The other members of the delegation are, Melvin Luther Watt, of North Carolina, Michael Makoto Honda, of California, Laura Richardson, also of California, Bobby Rush, of Illinois, Marcia L. Fudge, of Ohio, and Emmanuel Cleaver II, of Missouri. Accompanying the delegation are Patrice Willoughby, leader of the Congressional Black Caucus, and 4 soldiers from the Office for Congressional Relations, led by Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Wolfe. I really appreciate this group of legislators. They strictly follow the programs and carry the halo of Martin Luther King with them. The Cuban press talked a lot about their presence. They are exceptional witnesses of the respect with which Americans who visit our homeland are always received. It is unlikely that the delegation saw expressions of hatred around, and they probably admire the total absence of illiterates and minors shining shoes in the street. No critical eye can miss the lines of children, adolescents, and young people who go to schools and universities, nurseries, hospices for the elderly, hospitals and clinics with highly qualified medical personnel available to all citizens. In the midst of the international economic crisis, there are no queues of citizens looking for work. The people circulating the streets, active and almost always cheerful, do not correspond at all to the stereotyped image with which Cuba is often presented abroad. Our homeland is proof that a small third-world country, besieged, attacked and strangled by the blockade for decades, can remain in its poverty without losing its dignity. Many of the citizens of the richest nation in the world certainly do not receive the same treatment, and most of them do not turn out to vote. In Cuba this right is exercised by more than 90% of the population, who know how to read and write and who possess cultural and political knowledge that is anything but despicable. Among the visiting members of Congress there are shared and joint opinions and others that represent personal points of view. Overall, they believe that 68% of U.S. public opinion favors a change in policy towards Cuba. One of them said that we must take advantage of this historical moment in which there is a black president in the White House and a current of opinion favorable to the normalization of relations with Cuba. When Ricardo Alarcón said that it was a moral duty to eliminate Cuba from the list of terrorist countries in which it was arbitrarily included, they reminded him that both Nelson Mandela and the African National Congress were classified as terrorist by the Congress of United States. Another member thanked the Cuban authorities and the presidency of the CBC for making the visit possible. Yet another representative spoke of the importance of Obama's presidency in the United States and the need to achieve re-election, and added that the president believes he must govern in the name of all the social classes of the country. He said he was certain that Obama would change his policy towards Cuba, but that Cuba in turn should meet him. A fourth member of the caucus stated that American society continues to be racist despite Obama's victory, which however represents the only opportunity that nation has to move forward and leave behind the mistakes made by previous governments. The president cannot go beyond the elimination of restrictions on travel and remittances of Cuban Americans, because deciding to end the blockade or normalize relations for him would mean giving up on being re-elected. And he added that the anti-Cuban right still has enough power to surround him and prevent his re-election. Finally, another member of Congress at the Foreign Ministry stated, in all frankness, that the United States must not miss the opportunity to recognize that its policy towards Cuba has been a total failure. He added that his government should apologize to the Cuban government for all the years of hostility and for the blockade policy, because only in this way would there be the conditions to find a solution to the disputes together. He then assured that as far as he was concerned he would do everything possible to eliminate the blockade. During the visit to the Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology, one of them, also expressing the opinion of the other members, defined the results achieved by Cuba in the field of biotechnology as excellent and that today a political atmosphere favorable to construction of channels of understanding and communication between the scientific communities of the two countries. He recommended paying particular attention to the issue of patents, according to international rules on intellectual property, to avoid the theft of the extraordinary results of the work done. They were all very impressed by the visit to the center, where the Minister of Science, Technology, and the Environment, together with the various directors of the scientific institutions, illustrated the work that our country carries out in this sector. The main activity on April 4, the day on which the 41st anniversary of the death of Martin Luther King, martyr for human rights, was commemorated, consisted of a visit to the park of the same name in the Cuban capital, which houses a monument in his honor in dark green marble and streaked with black, with the bronze effigy of the great black fighter murdered by racists. Barbara Lee, Laura Richardson, Emmanuel Cleaver II and Bobby Rush spoke there, and they all agreed in noting the positive impact of the visit. Yesterday Sunday, at 1:20 p.m., Barbara Lee went to the Ebenezer Church of the Martin Luther King Center, where she was received by Raúl Suárez and the leaders of the Council of Churches of Cuba, Alarcón and some officials from the Ministry of Foreign. Barbara Lee had already visited 2 other churches in the Vedado neighborhood. After repeating some public statements made previously, you affirmed your intention to encourage a change in the policy implemented towards Cuba and the resumption of exchanges between the churches of both countries. I reported as briefly as possible what happened during the CBC visit. I deliberately omitted the names of the authors of the various statements because I don't know if they want to make them public. I simply wanted to provide the necessary elements of judgment so that our national public opinion can be informed in as much detail as possible on the delicate issue of relations between Cuba and the United States under the presidency of Barack Obama. April 6, 2009. The contradictions of United States foreign policy. After the G20 summit, which monopolized the world's attention, the news agencies continued to churn out news on the feverish activity of the one who became a star in London, the new President of the United States Barack Obama, who is experiencing the first 100 days of his administration under the watchful gaze of international observers. With the punctuality of clockwork, he moves from place to meet political leaders, celebrate anniversaries, receive honors, visit cities, hold press conferences, announce projects, send messages, and deliver speeches. As soon as the supersonic G20 summit ended, he went to Strasbourg, France, on the border with Germany where, on the 3rd, he met with a Sarkozy who was happy not to have had to leave the G20 table in London. They addressed numerous issues relating to Iran, Afghanistan, Russia, and the Near East and promised to work side by side to build a new world. I am convinced that the United States, Russia, and Europe have every interest in preventing Iran from manufacturing atomic weapons. In many things we are in harmony with Russia, but there are also differences of opinion on strategic issues, he said. It has been announced that both Obama and Sarkozy will participate in the NATO summit, where 26 countries will be present and which will begin that afternoon in the German town of Baden-Baden and conclude the following day in Strasbourg. Before leaving, he declared that Europe should not let the United States carry this burden alone, because it is a common problem and a joint effort is needed. And then he added, "We are not trying to become masters of Europe, but partners of Europe." He left Strasbourg in the direction of Baden-Baden to meet German Chancellor Angela Merkel before the dinner, which includes the participation of 26 heads of state and government belonging to NATO, plus those of Croatia and Albania who have asked to join the alliance. The summit represents the opening of the 60th anniversary of that military organization. There is the aim of analyzing relations with Russia, which last August, due to the Russo-Georgian War, reached their lowest level. Among the objectives there is also a renewal of the strategic concept of the alliance, which dates back to 1999, to adapt it to new threats. Then the situation in Afghanistan and Kosovo would be discussed. On April 3, in Strasbourg, Obama met with over 3,000 young French and Germans and gave a short speech, which will certainly continue to be talked about in the future due to the audacity of its content. "I came to Europe this week to renew our alliance. The United States is changing, but it cannot be the only one to change." He then anticipated the contents of the speech on nuclear proliferation that he would hold in Prague and stated that his goal is a world without nuclear weapons. And again, he added, even if the Cold War is over, the threat of the spread of nuclear weapons or the theft of nuclear materials could lead to the extinction of all the cities on the planet. It is undeniable that there is growing concern in the world about the enormous destructive power of those weapons, combined with the concern of some states, in particular US society itself, about the risk of nuclear sabotage. This is what Obama literally expressed when he said the theft of nuclear materials could lead to the extinction of all the cities on the planet. On April 4, in a speech at the NATO summit, he welcomed Croatia and Albania into that military organization, whose number of member countries rises to 28. The President of the United States underlined that 140 Albanian soldiers and 296 Croatians have already served in Afghanistan. I believe that both will give their decisive contribution to the alliance. The contradictions that lurk in the US President's words are evident. The door of the alliance will remain open for those countries that meet the requirements to be part of it and that can contribute significantly to its security. As the EFE agency reports, Russia is very critical of NATO's eastward expansion, in particular towards the former Soviet republics which it considers its natural area of influence. Last year, in April, during the Bucharest summit, the alliance announced that actions aimed at allowing the entry of Ukraine and Georgia would begin, supported by Obama's predecessor, George W. Bush. Is there any doubt that NATO is a belligerent and aggressive organization that threatens not only Russia, but also other countries throughout the world? Would it have been possible to create and sustain the Guantanamo torture center without the cooperation of numerous NATO countries? Audacity and contradictions come to the surface again in Prague, during the first summit between the United States and the European Union. The American president promised to lead the efforts for a world without nuclear weapons. We can't make that effort alone, but we can lead it. In particular, he stated that he wanted to quickly put an end to nuclear tests and confirmed his intention to seek the support of the Senate for the promulgation of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. As the agencies report, he also called for the organization of a World Summit on nuclear safety next year. It was later reported that Obama was awakened to be informed of a North Korean missile launch that apparently flew over Japan. He asked that the UN Security Council, in an emergency meeting called for this very Sunday, take a firm position condemning this provocation. On March 12, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea announced that it would launch a communications satellite as part of a peaceful space program between April 4 and 8. And when Obama spoke to young French and Germans in Strasbourg, it was already known. After being woken up and informed in Prague, he made the following statement: "Rules must be respected, violations must be punished, words must have meaning. Launching a missile to put a means of communication into orbit, test a technology or take a tourist for a walk is not a crime unless it is done by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, which does not belong to the club of the strongest and those who have the resources to do so." Japan did not miss the opportunity to adjust its anti-satellite missiles and perfect its defense, without anyone challenging its right to do so. I think it was an exaggeration to wake Obama at dawn. Before leaving Prague, in front of 30,000 people, he said, "Saying that the spread of nuclear weapons is inevitable is like saying that the use of those weapons is inevitable. Humanity must return to being the master of its own destiny." This statement already has great strength in itself. However, he later added that the space shield, designed by the United States, on European territory is part of a response program to the Iranian nuclear threat. But this is a statement that does not conform to the truth, and I don't understand why he keeps repeating it. Russia has opposed the Space Shield project, which it considers expansionist, and has called for its cancellation. On the night of Sunday the 5th, Obama arrived in Turkey. After meeting on Monday in Ankara, the capital, with Turkish representatives and giving a speech to Parliament, he announced that he would travel to Istanbul to attend the Second Forum of the Alliance of Civilizations. Already in Prague he promised that he would support Turkey's entry into the European Union, which is opposed by France, Germany, and other countries, and in Ankara he reaffirmed his support, underlining that Turkey must make efforts to strengthen the rule of law. The first thing he did, upon arriving in Turkey, was pay homage to the founder of the Turkish Republic, Mustafa Kemal Ataturk. "We will behave respectfully even where we disagree," he declared before Parliament. Another sentence with profound content. "The United States is not and will never be at war with Islam," he said. Meanwhile, thousands of Turks took to the streets to protest against U.S. policies. The visit of the President of the United States ended on the 7th, at 2:20 am, Istanbul time, after an exhausting journey that lasted 8 days. The last ones he met with were the students. He made an appeal to young people to commit themselves to building a bridge between Islam and the West. As reported by the EFE agency, he asked Muslims not to pay attention to the caricatures that portray Americans as ignorant and insensitive people, assuring that that is not the country he loves. Everything narrated so far reflects the complexity of the tasks facing Obama, who frankly declared, "In 4 or 8 years we will be able to say whether I have proposed the same policies again or whether things have changed." Although he brings with him numerous contradictions, with his iron health and his agile mind, in his first visit abroad the black president achieved indisputable political results. He certainly doesn't look anything like his predecessor. April 8, 2009. On the block, not a word. The United States government announced, via CNN, that Obama will visit Mexico this week, as the first stop on a trip that will also take him to Puerto España, Trinidad and Tobago, where he will arrive in 4 days to attend the Summit of the Americas. He announced that some of the hateful restrictions imposed by Bush on Cubans residing in the United States on the possibility of traveling to Cuba to visit their family members will be relaxed. When asked whether these prerogatives were also recognized for other U.S. citizens, the response was negative. But about the blockade, which is the cruelest measure of all, not a word. This is what this truly genocidal measure is mercifully called. And the damage does not only concern the economy, but also the cost in terms of human lives and suffering for our citizens. Many diagnostic equipment and essential medicines, if they have any U.S. components or software, cannot be made available to our patients, even if they come from Europe, Japan, or other countries. All U.S. businesses that produce goods and offer services anywhere in the world must apply the restrictions that concern Cuba, since they are extraterritorial measures. An influential Republican senator, Richard Lugar, his other colleagues in the Republican Party and a number of prominent Democratic senators are in favor of eliminating the blockade. Therefore there would be the conditions for Obama to be able to use his talent to inaugurate a constructive policy that would put an end to what, for almost half a century, proved to be a failure. Our country has resisted and is willing to resist as long as necessary, does not blame Obama for the atrocities committed by other U.S. governments, nor does it question his sincerity and desire to change policy and image of the United States. He understands that he had to endure a very difficult battle to be elected, even against deep-rooted prejudices. Taking this into account, the President of the Cuban Council of State reiterated his willingness to dialogue with Obama and, on the basis of the most rigorous respect for our country's sovereignty, normalize relations with the United States. At 2:30 p.m., the head of the Cuban Interests Section in Washington, Jorge Bolaños, was summoned by the Undersecretary of State, Thomas Shannon, to the State Department. No other topics were discussed other than those announced on CNN. At 3:15 p.m. there was a long press conference. The essence of what was said there is summed up in the words of the Presidential Advisor for Latin America, Dan Restrepo. Today, President Obama gave instructions for certain steps to be taken aimed at reaching out to the Cuban people and supporting their desire to live with respect for human rights and with the possibility of deciding their own destiny and that of their country. The President gave the necessary instructions to the Secretaries of State, Commerce, and Treasury to take the necessary measures to eliminate all restrictions that prevent visits to family members on the island and the sending of remittances. Furthermore, he hoped that everything necessary would be done to allow the free flow of information between the Cuban people and those in Cuba and the rest of the world, as well as to facilitate the delivery of humanitarian aid sent directly to the Cuban people. The decision to take these measures to ensure that divided Cuban families can reunite and to promote the free flow of information and humanitarian aid shows how President Obama is trying to live up to the objectives set during the campaign and since took over the position. All those who believe in fundamental democratic values desire a Cuba that respects the human, political, economic, and fundamental rights of all its people. President Obama believes these measures will help realize this goal. The President encourages all those who share this desire to remain faithful to their purpose of supporting the Cuban people. Thank you. At the end of the conference, the counselor candidly confessed, "We are doing all this for the freedom of Cuba." Cuba does not like what are mistakenly called summits of the Americas, where countries are not all considered on the same level. They would be of some use if a critical analysis were conducted of the policies that divide our peoples, that plunder our resources and that hinder our development. All we need is for Obama to persuade all the Latin American presidents that the blockade is harmless. Cuba has resisted and will continue to resist. She will never hold out her hand to ask for alms. It will continue to walk with its head held high, cooperating with the fraternal peoples of Latin America and the Caribbean, whether there are summits in the Americas or not and whether the President of the United States is Obama or someone else, a man or a woman, a white citizen or a black citizen. April 13, 2009. Enlightened soldiers. Who knows how many US citizens write to Obama and how many questions they submit to him? It is clear that he cannot read all the letters or address every single question, because the 24 hours of the day and the 365 days of the year would not be enough for him. What is certain is that consultants, aided by computers, electronic equipment, and cell phones, respond to everyone. The content will be recorded and they certainly have pre-packaged answers based on the many statements made by the new president during the election campaign. In any case, the letters have a weight and an influence on the politics of the United States, especially because, in this case, we are not faced with a corrupt, lying, and ignorant politician like the previous president, who hated the social progress of the New Deal. This is why yesterday my attention was attracted by an agency launch coming from Washington and published on April 14 by the DPA. A group of retired senior U.S. officials have called on President Barack Obama to support and sign a bill ending the ban on all U.S. citizens from traveling to Cuba, arguing, furthermore, that the blockade against the island it brings no benefit to Washington's political and security purposes. Due to the embargo, a significant diplomatic movement has been created against U.S. policy, point out the 12 retired senior officers, including the anti-drug czar of the Clinton presidency, Barry McCaffrey, and the former chief of staff of the Colin Powell staff, Lawrence B. Wilkerson, in a letter addressed to Obama, released today in Washington. As military professionals, we believe that the interests of the United States are better protected when the country is able to gain the support of other countries for its cause, add the military in the letter, which, moreover, was sent the same day in which the U.S. president had indeed announced the elimination of the restrictions imposed on travel to Cuba and on the sending of remittances by Cuban Americans, but not for all U.S. citizens, as progressive sectors would like. According to these soldiers, the law on freedom to travel to Cuba, presented to the House of Representatives by Democrat Bill Delahunt, represents an important first step towards eliminating the embargo. A type of policy, they add, which has a greater chance of bringing changes to Cuba and also of improving Washington's international image. Leaders around the world are calling for real political change based on the hopes you raised on the campaign trail, the letter reads. Cuba is the right opportunity to demonstrate that change, not to mention that it would be a move destined to remain deeply imprinted in the minds of our allies and our rivals around the world. At first glance, amidst 315 pages of agency notes, this news might seem irrelevant. But it addresses the heart of the question that inspired 4 reflections that I wrote in less than 24 hours, relating to the Summit of the Americas that begins in 48 hours. In the United States, politicians start wars and the military has to start them. Kennedy, young and inexperienced, decreed the blockade and invasion of the Bay of Pigs, organized by Eisenhower and Nixon, who knew less about wars than him. The unexpected defeat led him to make new and equally wrong decisions, which culminated in the missile crisis, from which he nevertheless emerged with his head held high, even if traumatized by the risk of a thermonuclear war, which he had come close to, as he told me French journalist Jean Daniel. He is a volcano of ideas, he added, praising the president by whom he had been very impressed. Later, he sent the Green Berets to Vietnam, where the United States supported the restoration of the French colonial empire. Then Lyndon Johnson took that war to its extreme consequences. In that inglorious adventure over 50,000 soldiers lost their lives, no less than $500 billion were squandered, while the value of that currency compared to gold decreased 20 times, millions of Vietnamese were killed and the solidarity towards that third world country. The conscripts had to be replaced by professionals and therefore, by distancing the people from military training, the nation weakened. A third figure, George W. Bush, protected by his father, carried out the genocidal war in Iraq, thus accelerating the economic crisis and making it more serious and deeper. The costs in economic terms amount to trillions of dollars and a public debt that will fall on new generations of Americans who will live in a stormy world full of risks. Are those who say that the blockade harms the security interests of the United States right or not? Those who signed the appeal are not asking for the use of weapons, but for a confrontation of ideas, something diametrically opposed to what the politicians have done. In general, the U.S. soldiers who defend the economic, political, and social system of the United States enjoy privileges and are handsomely remunerated, but they are very careful not to incur the crime of appropriation of public money, which would lead them to discredit and a total lack of authority in their military activity. They do not believe that Cuba constitutes a threat to the security of the United States, as American public opinion has been led to believe. It was the governments of that country that transformed the Guantanamo base into a den of counter-revolutionaries and emigrants. Worse still, to transform it into a torture center that has become sadly famous as a symbol of the most brutal denial of human rights. The military knows well that our country is a model for the fight against drug trafficking and that no terrorist action against the people of the United States has ever been permitted from our territory. As the Black Caucus delegation of the United States Congress could see, including Cuba in the list of terrorist countries is one of the most dishonest actions that could be done. In addition to Senators Lugar, Delahunt, the Black Caucus, and other influential members of Congress, we also want to thank those who wrote the letter to Obama. We are not afraid of dialogue, we do not need to invent enemies, we are not afraid of comparing ideas. We believe in our beliefs with which we have been able to defend and will continue to defend our homeland. Incredible advances in technology have transformed warfare into one of the most complex sciences. And the U.S. military knows it. They know that it is not a question of orders and commands as happened in the old wars. These days, adversaries can't even see each other's faces and can be found thousands of kilometers away, while the most lethal weapons are activated by computers. The human role is minimal, because these are decisions made in advance and devoid of emotion. I have met several, now retired, who study military sciences and wars. They feel no hatred or antipathy towards that small country that fought and resisted the attacks of its very powerful neighbor. Today in the United States there is an Institute for World Security, with which our country maintains contacts and academic exchanges. 15 years ago, there was a Defense Information Center which first visited Cuba in June 1993 and which, from then until November 19, 2004, made 9 further visits. Until 1999 the delegations were mostly composed of retired soldiers. Starting from the visit carried out in October 1999, the presence of military personnel in the delegations has decreased. From the 5th visit onwards, all delegations were chaired by the prestigious researcher Bruce Blair, an expert in security policies and specialized in nuclear command and control forces. A professor at Yale and Princeton universities, he has published numerous books and hundreds of articles on these topics. It was in this way that I met soldiers who had played an important role in the United States Armed Forces. We didn't always agree with their point of view, but they never stopped being kind. We spoke at length about historical events in which they had witnessed and participated. The visits continued even after 2006, but I had already had the accident in Santa Clara and then I became seriously ill. Among the 12 retired soldiers who signed the letter to Obama, there is one who participated in those visits. I learned that in the last meeting that took place, the military said quite frankly that they had no intention of militarily attacking Cuba, and that a new political situation had been created in the United States due to the weakening of the administration due to failure in Iraq. The comrades who met with the Americans had the clear impression that they felt misguided and ashamed of what was happening in their country, even though no one could offer guarantees about the adventurous policy of the then President of the United States, brought forward to the last day of his administration. That meeting took place in early March 2007, 14 months ago. Bruce Blair must know much more than me on this thorny subject, and I have always been struck by his courageous and transparent attitude. In fact, I wanted this news to remain in the archives until the time when it no longer matters to anyone. April 15, 2009. Obama and the blockade. If yesterday I referred to the comic side of the Puerto España Compromise Declaration, today I would like to address its dramatic side. I hope our friends don't get offended. There were differences between the document that reached us in the form of a project that the hosts of the summit had to propose and the one that was finally published. In the last-minute rush there was no time to do anything. Some points had been discussed during the long meetings in the weeks preceding the event. At the last minute, proposals like those presented by the Bolivian delegation complicated the picture even more. The proposal was added as a note to the document and read like this. Bolivia believes that the development of policies and cooperation schemes aimed at the diffusion of biofuels in the Western Hemisphere can affect the availability of food and the rise in prices, the increase in deforestation, the movement of the population due to demand of land and, consequently, have repercussions on the food crisis, especially damaging low-income people and the poorest economies of developing countries. The Bolivian government, in addition to recognizing the need for research and use of alternative energy sources that are compatible with nature, such as geothermal, solar and wind energy and small and medium hydroelectric enterprises, suggests an alternative vision based on living in harmony with nature, to develop public policies that aim to promote safe alternative energies capable of guaranteeing the protection of the planet, our Mother Earth. When analyzing this note from Bolivia, it must be kept in mind that the United States and Brazil are the two largest producers of biofuels in the world, which raises the protest of an ever-increasing number of people on the planet, whose opposition has continued to grow since the dark days of George W. Bush. Obama's advisors published on the Internet, in English, their version of the statements made by the President of the United States to journalists in Puerto España. At one point he stated, "One thing that I found interesting, I knew the topic in a general way, but I think it is interesting to know the details, was listening to those leaders who, when they spoke about Cuba, did so referring specifically to the thousands of Cuban doctors scattered throughout the region, on which these countries heavily depend. For the United States, this is a warning, because if our only interaction with many of these countries is the fight against drugs, if our only interaction is military, we are probably not developing relationships that over time can increase our influence and have a beneficial effect when we need to promote, in a region, policies of our interest. For this reason I think that in order to establish the correct interaction, not only in this hemisphere, but throughout the world, it is really important that we recognize that our military power is only part of our power, and that we must use diplomacy and development aid in a more intelligent way, so that people can see that U.S. foreign policy brings concrete and practical improvements in the lives of ordinary people." Journalist Jake: Thank you, Mr. President. Here today you listen to many leaders of Latin American countries who would like the United States to lift the blockade on Cuba. You said that this is an important measure that must not be eliminated. But in 2004 she supported ending the blockade. You said that it had not raised the standard of living, that it had strangled the innocent and that the time had come to recognize that this policy had failed. I wonder what made her change her mind. President: Well, 2004 seems like 1,000 years ago to me. What was I doing in 2004? Journalist Jake: He was a candidate for the Senate. President: The fact that Raúl Castro has declared that he is willing to encourage a dialogue between his government and ours, not only on the end of the blockade, but also on other issues such as human rights and political prisoners, is a sign of progress. There are things the Cuban government could do. It could free political prisoners, it could reduce the taxation of remittances in accordance with the policies we have initiated to allow Cuban American families to send remittances, because Cuba imposes very high taxation from which it makes enormous profits. This would be an example of cooperation where both governments act to help Cuban families and raise the standard of living in Cuba. Without a doubt, the president misinterpreted Raúl's statements. When the president of Cuba says he is willing to discuss any topic with the president of the United States, he is saying that he is not afraid to address any topic. It is a demonstration of courage and trust in the principles of the revolution. So it is not surprising that he talked about granting a pardon to those who were sanctioned in March 2003 and sending them all to the United States, if this country was willing to free the 5 Cuban anti-terrorist heroes. These, like the mercenaries of the Bay of Pigs, are at the service of a foreign power that threatens and blocks our homeland. On the other hand, saying that Cuba imposes very high taxation from which it derives enormous profits is an attempt by its advisers to sow discord and divide Cubans. All countries charge certain fees for currency transfer. And if it's dollars, there is even more reason to do so, because it is the state's currency that imposes the blockade on us. Not all Cubans have family members abroad who send them remittances. Redistributing a relatively small part of it to those who most need food, medicine, and other goods is absolutely right. As I have repeated several times, our homeland does not have the privilege of being able to convert state-printed banknotes into currency, which the Chinese have often called old iron money, and this is one of the causes of the current economic crisis. Where does the United States get the money to save their banks and their multinationals by increasingly indebting future generations of North Americans? Would Obama be willing to discuss these issues? Daniel Ortega said it very clearly when recalling his first conversation with Carter, which I want to recount once again here. I had the opportunity to meet President Carter, and when he told me that now that the Nicaraguan people had freed themselves from the tyranny of the Somozas, the time had come for Nicaragua to change. I replied, "No, it's not Nicaragua that needs to change, you are the ones who need to change. Nicaragua never invaded the United States, Nicaragua has never mined U.S. ports, Nicaragua has not thrown a single stone against the U.S. nation, Nicaragua has not imposed governments on the United States. It is you who must change, not the Nicaraguans." In the press conference and in the final meetings of the summit, Obama demonstrated self-sufficiency. And this attitude of the U.S. president was favored by the despicable positions of some Latin American leaders. Days ago I said that I would make known everything that would be said or done during the summit. When he said, responding to Jake, that thousands of years have passed since 2004, he was superficial. Do we have to wait all these years for him to lift the blockade? He didn't invent it, but he made it like 10 other presidents of the United States. If he wants to continue on this path, we can wish him certain failure, as was the case for all his predecessors. This was not the dream of Martin Luther King, whose role in the fight for human rights will continue to illuminate the path of the American people. Times have changed and changes are inevitable. Leaders pass, people remain. We won't have to wait thousands of years, 8 will be enough, because in an even more armored car, an even more modern helicopter and an even more sophisticated plane, another president of the United States, undoubtedly less intelligent, promising, and admired in the world than Barack Obama, carry out that inglorious assignment. April 21, 2009. Obama's speech in Cairo. On Thursday, June 4, Obama gave a particularly interesting speech at the Islamic University of Al-Azhar, in Cairo, for those who, like me, in consideration of the enormous power of the superpower he heads, follow his actions closely political. The blame for the situation created in the Middle East cannot be placed on the new President of the United States. It is obvious that he wants to find a way out of the colossal entanglement that his predecessors have created in that region and the development that events have had in the last 100 years. Not even Obama himself could imagine, when he worked in Chicago's black community, that the terrible effects of a financial crisis would be one of the factors that would make his election to the presidency possible in a deeply racist society. He assumed that position at an extremely complex moment for his country and for the rest of the world. He tries to solve problems whose complexity he perhaps underestimates. Centuries of colonial and capitalist exploitation have given rise to a world where a small group of superdeveloped and rich nations coexists with another immensely poor one, which supplies them with raw materials and workforce. If we add China and India, 2 truly emerging nations, the struggle for the hoarding of natural resources and markets takes shape in a completely new way on this planet where even the very survival of the human race must be safeguarded. Obama's African roots, his humble origins and his surprising rise instill hope in many people who, like castaways, are looking for a lifeline in the midst of the storm. he is undoubtedly right when he states that any regime in the world that claims to elevate one nation or group of men above others is inevitably doomed to failure, or when he says that people of every religious denomination stigmatize the killing of innocent men, women, and children, or proclaims before the world his condemnation of the use of torture. By and large, many of what he says are right. He clearly perceives the need for all countries, without exception, to renounce nuclear weapons. Some well-known and influential personalities in the United States see a great danger in this, to the extent that technology and science generalize access to radioactive material and the technologies for using it, even in small quantities. It is still too early to make a judgment on his commitment to the ideas he advocates, and on how much he is willing to follow up, for example, on the aim of reaching a peace agreement on a fair basis, with the necessary guarantees for all states in the Middle East. The greatest difficulty that the current president has to deal with comes from the fact that the principles he is preaching are in contradiction with the policy implemented by the superpower for about 70 years, since the end of the Second World War, which occurred in August 1945, and here one am not taking into consideration the aggressive and expansionist policy towards the countries of Latin America, and in particular Cuba, when it was still far from being the most powerful nation in the world. All the guidelines propagated by Obama in Cairo are in contradiction with the interventions and wars promoted by the United States to date, starting from the well-known Cold War, which he mentions in his speech, unleashed by the government of his country. Ideological differences with the Soviet Union are not sufficient to justify hostility towards that state which contributed to the fight against Nazism by losing 25 million citizens. Without the blood of millions of Soviet soldiers, who died fighting Nazi troops, Obama would not have been able to commemorate the 65th anniversary of the Normandy landings and the liberation of Europe in these days. The survivors of the notorious Auschwitz concentration camp were liberated by the soldiers of the Soviet army. The world was unaware of what was happening, even though quite a few Western officials were aware of the facts. Just as millions of Jewish children, women, and elderly people were atrociously murdered, so were millions of Russian children, women, and elderly people who lost their lives as a result of the Nazis' brutal invasion in search of living space. While Western governments made concessions to Hitler and conspired to support his eastward expansion, the Soviets during World War II were allies, not enemies, of the United States. On Hiroshima and Nagasaki, two defenseless cities, the United States launched and tested the effects of two nuclear bombs, killing mainly Japanese children, women, and elderly people. If you examine the wars promoted, supported, or conducted by the United States in China, Korea, Vietnam, Laos and Cambodia, you will find that of the 2 million people who died, many were children, women, and the elderly. The colonial wars waged by France and Portugal after World War II were supported by the United States. The coups and interventions in Central America, Panama, the Dominican Republic, Grenada, Chile, Paraguay, Uruguay, Peru, and Argentina were promoted and supported by the United States. Israel was not a nuclear power. The creation of a state on the territory from where the Jews were driven out by the Roman Empire 2,000 years ago was supported in good faith by the USSR and many other countries. After the triumph of the Cuban Revolution, we maintained normal relations with that state for more than a decade, until its wars of conquest against the Palestinians and Arab peoples led to our rupture. However, total respect for Jewish religious faith and rituals remained intact. The United States has never opposed Israel's conquest of Arab territories, nor has it ever contested the terrorist methods used against the Palestinians. Indeed, they created one of the most advanced nuclear powers in the world in the heart of Arab and Muslim territory, making the Middle East one of the most dangerous places on the planet. The superpower also used Israel to supply nuclear weapons to the apartheid army in South Africa for use against Cuban troops defending the People's Republic of Angola alongside Angolan and Namibian forces. These are fairly recent facts that the current President of the United States certainly knows. We have some experience of the aggressiveness and danger that Israel's nuclear potential means for peace. After the three initial points, in his speech in Cairo, Obama philosophized and gave his little lesson on the foreign policy of the United States. After starting with one of his usual sentences, stating that no system of government can or must be imposed by one nation on another, a principle recognized by the United Nations Charter as a fundamental element of international law, he immediately contradicts himself with a declaration of faith that transforms the United States into the supreme judge of democratic values and human rights. He then addressed the issues of economic development and equal opportunities. He made promises to the Arab world and pointed out advantages and contradictions. It almost seemed like a public relations campaign conducted by the United States against Muslim countries, which in any case is better than the threat to bomb and destroy them. Ultimately, he addressed quite a few issues. Considering the length of the speech, given off the cuff, the number of slips is irrelevant, especially when compared to his predecessor who made an error in every paragraph. Undoubtedly, he has an excellent ability to communicate. I usually watch historical, political, and religious ceremonies with interest, and the one at Al-Azhar University seemed to me to be an unreal episode. Not even Benedict XVI would have uttered more ecumenical phrases than those uttered by Obama. I imagined for a moment the pious believer, Muslim, Catholic, Christian, Jewish or of any other faith, while he listened to the words of the president in the large hall of Al-Azhar University. At times he could not tell whether he was in a Catholic cathedral, a Christian temple, a mosque, or a synagogue. Then he left, headed for Germany. For 3 days he went to politically significant places. He participated and spoke at all the commemorative events. He visited museums, was joined by his family and dined in renowned restaurants. He has impressive work endurance. And it will be a while before he sees anything like this. June 8, 2009. The Empire and the Robots. Not long ago I addressed the question of the United States' plans to impose the absolute superiority of its air forces as an instrument of domination over the rest of the world. I spoke of that country's intention to include, by 2020, its air fleet composed of a total of 2,500 military aircraft, more than 1,000 bombers and latest generation F-22 and F-35 fighters. And also the fact that, in 20 years, all their warplanes will be controlled by automatons. Military budgets always have the support of a majority of U.S. lawmakers. There are very few states in the Union where work does not depend, in one way or another, on the defense industry. In the last 10 years, military spending has doubled worldwide as if there was no danger of crisis. It is currently the most prosperous industrial sector in the world. Already in 2008, defense budget allocations amounted to approximately $1,500 billion. 42% of world expenditure in that sector, i.e. $607 billion, corresponded to the United States, without including war expenses, while the number of hungry people in the world reached the figure of 1 billion people. 2 days ago, a Western news agency reported that in August the U.S. Army unveiled a radio-controlled helicopter, as well as robots capable of carrying out bomb squad work, of which 2,500 have already been sent to combat zones. A company that sells robots has argued that new technologies will revolutionize the way wars are waged. Apparently, in 2003 the United States had very few robots in their arsenal, while today, according to the AFP, they can count on 10,000 ground vehicles and 7,000 aerial devices, from the small Raven, which can be launched with one hand, up to the giant Global Hawk, a spy plane 13 meters long and with a wingspan of 35 meters, capable of flying for 35 hours at high altitudes. Other weapons were also listed in the agency launch. While the United States spends colossal sums on technologies to kill, their president works hard to bring health care to 50 million Americans who lack it. The confusion is such that the new president declared, "I was on the verge of launching the health care reform when the fight escalated." The matter is clear: every time we see health reform on the horizon, the special interests launch the attack using all the weapons at their disposal. They use their influences, they launch their advertising campaigns, and they use their political allies to scare the American people. The truth is that, in Los Angeles, 8,000 people, according to the press, mostly unemployed, gathered in a stadium to use the services offered by a traveling clinic that operates free of charge in the Third World. The crowd had stayed there overnight and some came from hundreds of miles away. What do I care if he is a socialist or not? We are the only country in the world where the weakest have nothing, said an educated woman from a black neighborhood. A blood test can cost as much as $500 and a routine dental treatment more than $1,000. What hope can that society offer the world? Congressional lobbyists earn their August salaries by working against a simple law that purports to provide medical care to tens of millions of people, mostly poor, black and Latino, who lack it. Even a blockaded country like Cuba has managed to do this, and even cooperate with dozens of third world countries. If in the hands of multinationals robots can replace imperial soldiers in wars of conquest, who will stop multinationals from seeking markets for their products? Just as they have flooded the world with cars, which today compete with man for the consumption of non-renewable energy and even for food, which is transformed into fuel, they can also flood it with robots which would take away the jobs of millions of workers. Better yet, eventually scientists could even design robots capable of governing, so there would no longer even be that horrible, contradictory, confusing job in the US government and Congress to do. No doubt they would do it better and cost less. August 19, 2009. Maybe I was wrong. I read with amazement the agency notes from the weekend on the internal politics of the United States, where it is clear that Barack Obama's power is progressively eroding. His surprising electoral triumph would not have been possible without the profound political and economic crisis that country is experiencing. American society was shaken by dead or wounded soldiers in Iraq, by the scandal of torture and secret prisons, by the loss of homes and jobs, while the economic crisis spread across the planet, increasing poverty and hunger in the countries of Third World. These are the circumstances that made Obama's candidacy and subsequent election possible in a traditionally racist society. No less than 90% of the black, discriminated against and poor population voted for him, the majority of voters of Latin American origin and a large white minority of the middle and working classes, especially young people. It was logical that those who supported him placed a lot of hope in him. After 8 years of adventures, demagoguery, and lies, during which thousands of American soldiers and around 1 million Iraqis died, in a war for the conquest of oil in that Islamic country, which had nothing to do with the atrocious attack on the Twin Towers, the people of the United States were disgusted and mortified. Many people, in Africa and other parts of the world, were excited that there would be changes in U.S. foreign policy. However, a brief knowledge of reality was enough to avoid deluding oneself that a change in the presidency could really mean a change in United States policy. Certainly Obama opposed Bush's war in Iraq before many others in the U.S. Congress. Since adolescence he had known the humiliations of racial discrimination and, like many of his fellow citizens, he admired the great civil rights fighter Martin Luther King. But Obama was born, educated, engaged in politics and triumphed within the imperial capitalist system of the United States. He neither wanted nor could change that system. And despite this, the far right hates him because he is African American and tries to sabotage his actions aimed at improving the deteriorated image of that country. He was able to understand that the United States, which represents just 4% of the world's population, consumes about 25% of fossil fuels and emits the largest amount of polluting gases. Bush, in his delusions, did not even sign the Kyoto Protocol. Obama also intends to apply stricter rules against tax evasion. It is known, for example, that of the 52,000 current accounts of U.S. citizens deposited with Swiss banks, these will provide the data of approximately 4,500 suspected of tax evasion. In Europe, a few weeks ago, Obama committed himself to the G8 countries, especially France and Germany, to put an end to the flight of capital from his country to tax havens, with the aim of injecting enormous quantities of dollars into the economy world. He offered health care to around 50 million citizens who did not have medical insurance. He promised the people of the United States to oil the productive apparatus, curb growing unemployment and return to growth. To 12 million illegal Hispanic immigrants he offered to put an end to the cruel roundups and inhumane treatment they receive. He also made other promises that I will not list here, none of which, however, calls into question the system of imperialist capitalist domination. The far right does not resign itself to any measure that diminishes its prerogatives even slightly. Confusion reigns within American society. Next September 11 it will be 8 years since the fateful attack on the Twin Towers. That same day, at the demonstration taking place at the Ciudad Deportiva, we stated that war is not the right path to follow to put an end to terrorism. The strategy of withdrawing troops from Iraq and sending them to Afghanistan to fight against the Taliban is a mistake. The Soviet Union was also defeated there, and the European allies of the United States will be increasingly reluctant to shed the blood of their soldiers in that country. The concern expressed by Mike Mullen about the popularity of that war is not unfounded. The protagonists of the September 11, 2001 attack had been trained by the United States. The Taliban is an Afghan nationalist movement that has nothing to do with that fact. It was Al-Qaeda, financed by the CIA since 1979 and used against the USSR during the Cold War years, who organized that attack 22 years later. There are still many obscure points that have never been sufficiently clarified before international public opinion. Obama inherited those problems from Bush. And I have no doubt that the racist right will do everything they can to wear him down, thwarting his agenda to get him out of the game by any means and at the lowest possible political cost. Maybe I was wrong. August 24, 2009. Serious Obama. The Bolivarian president of Venezuela Hugo Chavez was truly original when he spoke of the enigma of the two Obamas. Today he spoke seriously about Obama. Not long ago I recognized two positive aspects of his conduct, his attempt to guarantee health care to 47 million Americans who lack it and his concern for climate change. Obama was the first to speak out about him, as the representative of the country hosting the United Nations meeting. I transcribed the essential passages of his speech. We realize that the threat to the planet is serious and growing. The response we will be able to give to this environmental challenge will be judged by history. No nation, large or small, can escape the effects of climate change. Every day the high tides that scourge the coasts increase, increasingly violent storms and floods threaten our continents. Each of us must do our part so that the various economies grow without endangering the planet. We must make Copenhagen a significant step in advancing the climate debate. We cannot allow old divisions to hinder the search for joint solutions. Developed nations are responsible for most of the damage and must assume their responsibilities. We can't win this battle if we don't stay united. We know that some nations, especially weaker ones, do not have the same resources to fight against climate challenges. The future is no longer a choice between economic growth and a clean planet, because survival depends on both. We have a responsibility to offer these nations the necessary financial and technical aid. The problem lies in the fact that everything he says is in clear contradiction with what the United States has been doing for 150 years, in particular since, at the end of the Second World War, they imposed the Bretton Woods Agreement on the world, transforming themselves into the masters of the world economy. Their hundreds of military bases installed in dozens of countries on all continents, their aircraft carriers and naval fleets, their thousands of nuclear weapons, their wars of conquest, their military-industrial complex and their arms trade are incompatible with the survival of our species. Just as consumerist societies are incompatible with the idea of economic growth on a clean planet. The reckless waste of non-renewable natural resources, in particular oil and gas accumulated for hundreds of millions of years which, if current consumption rates continue, will be exhausted in just 2 centuries, have been the fundamental causes of climate change. Even if polluting gases are reduced in industrialized countries, which is certainly praiseworthy, it is no less certain that 5,200,000,000 inhabitants of planet Earth, i.e. 3/4 of the world population, live in countries which, to a greater or lesser degree, are developing and will therefore require enormous consumption of coal, oil, natural gas, and other non-renewable resources which, based on the consumption patterns created by the capitalist economy, are incompatible with the goal of saving the human species. It would be unfair to blame the serious Obama, the one with the aforementioned enigma, for what has happened up to now, but it is no less unfair that the other Obama claims to make us believe that humanity can be preserved within the mechanisms that today prevail in the world economy. The US president admitted that developed nations caused most of the damage and that they must take responsibility for it. It was undoubtedly a courageous gesture. And it is also right to recognize that no other president of the United States would have had the courage to say what Obama said. September 22, 2009. A science fiction story. I am very sorry to have to criticize Obama, knowing that that country could be governed by much worse presidents than him. And I understand that today in the United States this task has become a big headache. There is no better example that can explain this than the news published yesterday by Granma regarding the fact that 237 members of the United States Congress, or 44%, are millionaires. This does not mean that they are all incorrigible reactionaries, but it is very unlikely that they think like any of the many millions of Americans who do not have medical care, who are unemployed, or who have to work hard to earn a living. Of course Obama is no slouch and has millions of dollars. He was a brilliant professional and his command of the language, his eloquence, and his intelligence were unquestionable. Although he has African American origins, he was elected president, for the first time in the history of his country, in a racist society that is experiencing a profound international crisis for which he is responsible. It's not a question of being anti-American or not, just as the system and its colossal media claim to label their adversaries. The American people are not the culprit, but the victim of an unsustainable system and, above all, already incompatible with the life of humanity. The intelligent and rebellious Obama who suffered humiliation and racism during his childhood and youth understands this, but the educated Obama devoted to the system and methods that brought him to the presidency of the United States cannot resist the temptation to pressure, threaten, and even deceive others. At work he is a workaholic. Probably no other president of the United States would be capable of remaining faithful to a program as intense as the one he intends to implement over the next 8 days. According to the plan, an extensive journey will take him to Alaska, where he will speak with troops stationed there, Japan, Singapore, the People's Republic of China and South Korea. He will participate in the meeting of APEC, Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, and ASEAN, Association of Southeast Asian Nations, will meet the Japanese Prime Minister and His Majesty Emperor Akihito in the Land of the Rising Sun, the Prime Ministers of Singapore and South Korea, the President of Indonesia, Susilo Bambang, that of Russia, Dmitry Medvedev, and that of the People's Republic Chinese, Hu Jintao. He will give speeches and press conferences. He will bring with him his nuclear briefcase, which we hope he won't feel the need to use during the quick trip. His national security advisor has said that he will discuss with the Russian president the renewal of the START-1 agreement, which expires on December 5, 2009. No doubt some agreement will be reached on some reduction of the enormous nuclear arsenal, without any impact on the economy and world peace. What topics does our illustrious friend plan to address during this intense journey? The White House announced it solemnly: climate change, economic recovery, nuclear disarmament, the war in Afghanistan, the risks of war in Iran and in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. There is enough material to write a science fiction story. But how will Obama solve climate problems if the position of his representation in the preparatory meetings of the Copenhagen Summit, held in Bangkok and Barcelona, on greenhouse gas emissions was the worst among all those of the industrialized and rich countries, because the United States has not signed the Kyoto Protocol and the oligarchy of that country is not willing to cooperate seriously? How can it contribute to the solution of the serious economic problems affecting much of humanity, if the total debt of the United States, which includes that of the federal government, state and local governments, companies and families, at the end of 2008 amounted to $57,000 billion, which is equivalent to more than 400% of GDP, and if that country's financial deficit increased by about 13% of GDP in 2009, data that Obama certainly knows. What could it offer Hu Jintao if he led an openly protectionist policy aimed at hitting Chinese exports, if he demands at all costs that the Chinese government revalue the yuan, which would affect the Third World's growing imports of goods from China? The Brazilian theologian Leonardo Boff, who is not a disciple of Karl Marx, but an honest Catholic, one of those in Latin America who are not willing to collaborate with imperialism, recently stated, "We are risking our destruction and devastation of the diversity of life." Almost half of humanity today lives below the poverty line. The richest 20% consume 82.49% of all the wealth on earth, and the poorest 20% support themselves with a tiny 1.6%. Then he quotes the FAO warning that in the coming years there will be between 150 and 200 million climate refugees. And he adds, today humanity consumes 30% more regeneration capacity. The earth is clearly saying that it can't take it anymore. What he says is true, but Obama and the US Congress don't know it yet. What is he leaving us as a legacy? The shameful problem of Honduras and the annexation of Colombia, where the United States will install 7 military bases. They also set up a military base in Cuba, more than 100 years ago, and still occupy it by force today. They built a horrible torture center there, known worldwide, which Obama has still not managed to close. In my opinion, before Obama's term ends, there will be 6 to 8 right-wing governments in Latin America that will become allies of the empire. Soon even the most right-wing circles in the United States will try to limit his term to a 4-year government. A Nixon, a Bush, or someone similar to Cheney will be president again. Then we will see with complete clarity what meaning these absolutely unjustifiable military bases have, which today threaten all the peoples of South America with the excuse of fighting drug trafficking, a problem that arises from the tens of billions of dollars that pass from the United States into hands of organized crime and drug producers in Latin America. Cuba has shown that to fight drugs there is a need for justice and social development. The crime rate per 100,000 inhabitants of our country is one of the lowest in the world. No one else in the hemisphere can boast such low violence rates. And it is known that, despite the lockdown, no one else has such high levels of education. The peoples of Latin America will be able to resist the assaults of the empire. And Obama's trip reads like a science fiction story. November 11, 2009. Obama's cynical act was uncalled for. In the last paragraphs of a reflection entitled "The Bells Are Ringing for the Dollar," published 2 months ago, on October 9, 2009, I referred to the climate changes that humanity suffers thanks to imperialist capitalism. The United States, I wrote referring to carbon emissions, is not making any concrete effort. They only accept a 4% reduction compared to 1990. At the time, scientists were calling for a minimum of between 25 and 40% for the year 2020. I immediately added, this morning, Friday the 9th, the world woke up to this news, the good Obama of the Enigma, to quote what the Bolivarian President Hugo Chavez Frias said at the United Nations, was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. I don't always agree with the decisions of that institution, but I must recognize that at that moment it was, in my opinion, a positive decision. It equals the defeat suffered by Obama in Copenhagen, when Rio de Janeiro, and not Chicago, was chosen as the host of the 2016 Olympics, which attracted furious attacks from his far-right adversaries. Many will think that he is not yet worthy of this honor. But we want to see in this decision, more than an award to the President of the United States, a criticism of the genocidal policy undertaken by many presidents of that country, who have brought the world to the crossroads it finds itself at today, an invitation to peace and the search for solutions that lead to the survival of the human species. Of course, I was carefully watching the black president elected in a racist country going through a deep economic crisis without the prejudices due to some of his campaign statements and his role as Yankee chief executive. About a month later, in another reflection which I titled A Science Fiction Story, I wrote the following. The North American people are not the culprit, but the victim of an unsustainable system and, above all, already incompatible with the life of humanity. The intelligent and rebellious Obama, who suffered humiliation and racism during his childhood and youth, understands this, but the educated Obama, devoted to the system and methods that brought him to the presidency of the United States, cannot resist the temptation to exert pressure, threaten and even deceive others. And then I added, at work he is a workaholic. Probably no other president of the United States would be capable of remaining faithful to a program as intense as the one he proposes to implement in the next 8 days. As you can see, in the aforementioned reflection I analyze the complexity and contradictions of his long visit to Southeast Asia and ask, what topics does our illustrious friend plan to address during this intense journey? His advisors had declared that he would talk about everything with China, Russia, Japan, South Korea, etc. It is clear that Obama was preparing the ground for the speech he gave at West Point on December 1, 2009. He worked hard that day. He meticulously wrote and ordered 169 sentences intended to touch each of the keys that interested him in order to obtain the support of U.S. society for a war strategy. He adopted an attitude that would have made Cicero's Catilinaries pale. That day I had the impression I was listening to George W. Bush. Obama's arguments differed little from his predecessor's philosophy except for one small vine leaf: he was against torture. The main leader of the organization blamed for the terrorist action of 9/11 had been recruited and trained by the CIA to fight against Soviet troops, and he wasn't even Afghan. Cuba's condemnation of the events of September 11 and other additional measures were made public that same day. We also warned that war was not the right path to follow in the fight against terrorism. The Taliban organization, which means students, was born among the Afghan troops fighting against the Soviet Union and was not at all an enemy of the United States. An honest analysis would lead to knowing the true story of the events that triggered the war. Today, in fact, it is not the Soviet soldiers, but the United States and NATO troops who are occupying and putting that country on fire. The policy that the new administration proposes to the American people is the same as that of Bush, who ordered the invasion of Iraq even though it had nothing to do with the attack on the Twin Towers. The President of the United States does not say a word about the hundreds of thousands of people, including innocent children and elderly people, who have died in Iraq and Afghanistan, nor about the millions of Iraqis and Afghans who suffer the damage of war, despite having no responsibility for the events in New York. The phrase with which he ends his speech, "God bless the United States," seems more like an order given to heaven than a wish. Why did Obama accept the Nobel Peace Prize if he had already decided to take the war in Afghanistan to its extreme consequences? This cynical act was not called for. Then he announced that he would receive the award on the 11th, in the Norwegian capital, and that on the 18th he would go to the summit in Copenhagen. We must wait for another theatrical speech held in Oslo, a new compendium of phrases designed to hide the existence of an imperialistic superpower with hundreds of military bases around the world, 200 years of military interventions in our hemisphere and more than a century of genocidal actions in countries such as Vietnam, Laos, and other countries in Asia, Africa and the Middle East, the Balkans, and anywhere in the world. Now the problem for Obama and his richer allies is that the planet they dominate with an iron fist is crumbling in their hands. The crime that Bush committed against humanity is well known: by ignoring the Kyoto Protocol, not doing for 10 years what he should have done long before. Obama is not ignorant. He knows, like Gore, the grave danger that threatens us all, but he hesitates and shows signs of weakness in the face of the blind and irresponsible oligarchy of his country. He does not behave as Lincoln did in 1861 to solve the problem of slavery and maintain national integrity, or as Roosevelt in the face of the economic crisis and fascism. Last Tuesday he threw a timid stone into the troubled waters of international public opinion. The administrator of the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, Lisa Jackson declared that the threat to public health and the well-being of the people of the United States represented by global warming, allows Obama to adopt measures without taking into account the opinion of Congress. None of the wars that have occurred in history have represented a greater danger. The richer nations will try to throw the burden of saving the human species onto the shoulders of the poorer countries. Instead, we must demand from the richest the maximum possible sacrifice, the maximum rationalization in the use of resources, and the maximum justice for the human species. Probably in Copenhagen at most we will be able to obtain a minimum amount of time to reach a binding agreement that will really serve to find solutions. If this can be done, the summit will have signified at least modest progress. We'll see. December 9, 2009. Humanity's right to exist. Climate change is already causing considerable damage and hundreds of millions of poor people are paying the consequences. The most cutting-edge research institutes assure that very little time remains to avoid the irreversible catastrophe. James Hansen, of NASA's Goddard Institute, assures that a level of 350 parts of carbon dioxide per million is still tolerable. However, today it exceeds 390 parts and is increasing at a rate of 2 parts per million per year, exceeding the levels of the last 600,000 years. The last 2 decades have been the warmest since records began. Over the last 150 years, the aforementioned gas has increased by 80 parts per million. The ice of the Arctic Ocean, the enormous 2-kilometer thick layer that covers Greenland, the glaciers of South America that feed its main sources of fresh water, the colossal volume of ice that covers Antarctica, the layer that remains on Kilimanjaro, the ice covering the Himalayas, and the enormous frozen mass of Siberia are visibly melting. Prominent scientists fear quantitative changes in natural phenomena that cause climate change. After the Kyoto Protocol, signed in 1997 and entered into force in 2005, humanity had placed great hopes in the Copenhagen summit. And its resounding failure has given rise to unfortunate episodes that require clarification. The United States, which has less than 5% of the world's population, emits 25% of carbon dioxide. The new President of the United States had promised to participate in international efforts to address this problem, which affects his country like the rest of the world. Already during the preliminary meetings of the summit, it had become clear that the members of that nation and those of the richer countries were trying to ensure that the burden of sacrifices fell on the poor and emerging countries. Invited by the organizers of the summit, numerous leaders and thousands of representatives of social movements and scientific institutions arrived in Copenhagen determined to fight to safeguard humanity from the greatest risk it has ever faced in history. I will omit any reference to the brutality of the Danish public force which lashed out against thousands of demonstrators and guests from social and scientific movements, to focus on the political aspects of the summit. Chaos reigned in Copenhagen and incredible things happened. Social movements and scientific institutions were unable to attend the debates. Some heads of state and government were not even able to express their opinion on crucial issues. Obama and the leaders of the richest countries took over the conference with the complicity of the Danish government. United Nations bodies have been sidelined. Barack Obama, who showed up at the summit on the last day to stay for only 12 hours, met with 2 groups of guests designated directly by him and his collaborators. Together with one of these groups he met in the plenary hall with the other most important delegations. He spoke and then immediately left through the back door. During the plenary session, except for the small group he had selected, all other state representatives were prevented from speaking. During that meeting, the presidents of Bolivia and the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela were allowed to speak only because, faced with energetic protests from those present, the summit president had no other alternative. Then, in an adjoining room, Obama met with the leaders of the richest countries, with those of some of the most important emerging states and with 2 from very poor countries. He presented a document, negotiated with 2 or 3 of those major countries, ignored the United Nations General Assembly, gave press conferences and walked away as Julius Caesar did after one of his victorious campaigns in Asia Minor, when he exclaimed Veni, Vidi, Vici. Gordon Brown himself, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, stated on October 19. If we do not reach an agreement within the next few months, we can be certain that no future agreement will be able to remedy the damaging effects caused by the uncontrolled increase in emissions. Because at that moment it will already be irremediably too late. Brown concluded the speech with dramatic words. We cannot afford the luxury of failure. If we fail now, we will pay a very high price. If we act now, if we all act together, with foresight and determination, success in Copenhagen is still possible. If we fail, however, planet Earth will be in danger, and there is no plan B for the planet. Now, however, he arrogantly states that the United Nations cannot be held hostage by a small group of countries such as Cuba, Venezuela, Bolivia, Nicaragua, and Tuvalu, while at the same time accusing China, India, Brazil, South Africa, and other emerging states to give in to the lure of the United States to sign a document that throws away the Kyoto Protocol and contains no binding commitments on the part of the United States and its wealthy allies. I am forced to remember that the United Nations organization was born only 60 years ago, after the last World War. At the time, there were no more than 50 independent countries. Today, after the dismantling of the hateful colonial system, achieved thanks to the determined struggle of the people, it is made up of over 190 independent states. For many years, the People's Republic of China itself was denied membership in the UN while a puppet government flaunted its representation within that institution and its privileged Security Council. The tenacious support of a growing number of Third World countries was indispensable for the international recognition of China and for the United States and its NATO allies to recognize that country's rights within the United Nations. In the heroic struggle against fascism, the Soviet Union was the one that provided decisive support. It had lost over 25 million of its children and the territory had been terribly devastated. From that struggle it had emerged as a superpower capable of representing a partial counterweight to the absolute domination of the imperial system of the United States and the ancient colonial powers, aimed at the indiscriminate plunder of Third World countries. When the USSR disintegrated, the United States expanded its political and military power eastwards, into the heart of Russia, and its influence on the rest of Europe grew. There is nothing strange, therefore, in what happened in Copenhagen. I want to underline how unfair and outrageous the statements of the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom are, as well as the Yankee attempt to impose, as a summit agreement, a document that has never been discussed with the participating countries. In the press conference released on December 21, Cuban Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez stated a truth that is impossible to deny. Here are some of his statements verbatim. I want to highlight that in Copenhagen there was no agreement at the conference of the parties, no decisions were made regarding binding or non-binding commitments, or relating to international law, there was simply no agreement in Copenhagen. The summit was a failure and a deception of world public opinion and exposed the lack of political will. It represented a step backwards in the international community's actions to prevent or mitigate the effects of climate change. The average world temperature could increase by 5 degrees. Then, our minister revealed other interesting data on the possible consequences, taken from the latest scientific research. From the signing of the Kyoto Protocol to today, emissions from developed countries have increased by 12.8% and, of that total volume, 55% is the work of the United States. An American consumes, on average, 25 barrels of oil per year, a European 11, a Chinese citizen less than 2 and a Latin American or Caribbean person less than 1. 80% of the fuel produced is consumed by 30 countries, including those of the European Union. The reality is that the same developed countries that signed the Kyoto Protocol have dramatically increased their emissions. And now they want to move the base year adopted for cutting emissions from 1990 to 2005. Which means that the United States, the country that produces the highest emissions, would reduce emissions by only 3% compared to 25 years earlier. This is a shameless mockery of world opinion. The Cuban foreign minister, speaking on behalf of a group of ALBA countries, defended China, India, Brazil, South Africa, and other important emerging economy states, recalling the concept stated in Kyoto according to which common, but differentiated, responsibilities means that the developed countries, which are responsible for this catastrophe, have different responsibilities than the small island states and the countries of the South, especially the less developed ones. Responsibility means financing, responsibility means transfer of technology under acceptable conditions, and therefore Obama makes a play on words. Instead of talking about common but differentiated responsibilities, he talks about common but differentiated responses. He leaves the plenary session without bothering to listen to anyone, and he hadn't listened to anyone even before his speech. In a subsequent press conference, before leaving the Danish capital, Obama stated, "Here in Copenhagen we have created an unprecedented agreement. For the first time in history, we, the major economies, have come together to take responsibility." In his clear and indisputable report, our minister states, "What does it mean that we, the major economies, have presented ourselves together to assume our responsibilities?" He wants to say that they are trying to offload an important part of the burden that financing aimed at mitigating and adapting countries, especially in the South, to climate change, onto China, Brazil, India, and South Africa, because it must be said that in Copenhagen there was an assault, a robbery against China, Brazil, India, South Africa, and all the countries euphemistically called developing. These are the decisive and irrefutable words with which our minister described what happened in Copenhagen. I would like to add that, at 10 a.m. on December 19, when our Vice President Esteban Lazo and the Cuban foreign minister had already left, a belated attempt was made to resurrect the dead man in Copenhagen by passing it off as a summit agreement. At that time there was practically no head of state left and very few ministers. Once again, only the denunciation of the remaining members of the delegations of Cuba, Venezuela, Bolivia, Nicaragua, and other countries managed to prevent the success of the maneuver. Thus the summit ended in an inglorious way. Another fact that must not be forgotten is that in the most critical moments of that day, in the early hours of the morning, the Cuban foreign minister, together with the delegations that had supported the legitimate battle, demonstrated to the Secretary General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon, the willingness to cooperate in the increasingly difficult struggle and in the efforts that will have to be made in the future to safeguard the existence of our species. The environmental organization WWF has warned that if emissions are not drastically cut, climate change will spiral out of control in the next 5 to 10 years. But we still have to demonstrate the essential point of what is stated here regarding Obama's actions. On Wednesday, December 23, the President of the United States said that people are right to feel disappointed by the results of the climate summit. In an interview with CBS, the President stated that instead of seeing total failure, as if nothing had been done, which would have meant a gigantic step backwards, at least we have remained more or less where we were. Obama, states the agency note, is the one who has received the most criticism from those countries who, almost unanimously, maintain that the result of the summit was disastrous. Now the UN is in trouble. Asking other countries to join the arrogant and undemocratic agreement would be humiliating for many states. Continuing the battle and demanding in all meetings, particularly those in Bonn and Mexico, the right of humanity to exist, with the morality and strength that the truth gives us, is, in our opinion, the only path to follow. December 26, 2009. Healthcare reform in the United States. Barack Obama is a fanatic of the imperialist capitalist system imposed by the United States on the rest of the world and ends his speeches by saying, "God bless the United States." Some of his actions hurt the sensitivity of world opinion, which had viewed with sympathy the victory of the African American citizen over the far-right candidate of that country. By leveraging one of the deepest economic crises the world has ever known, and the pain caused by the sight of those young Americans who lost their lives or were injured or maimed in the genocidal wars of conquest wanted by his predecessor, he achieved the vote of more than 50% of Americans who deigned to go to the polls in that democratic country. For an elementary sense of ethics, Obama should not have accepted the Nobel Peace Prize, when he had already decided to send 40,000 soldiers to wage an absurd war in the heart of Asia. The militarist policy, made up of plundering of natural resources and unequal trade relations with poor third world countries, which is headed by the current administration, is not at all different from what its predecessors, almost all of whom were far right, with few exceptions, they have carried on over the past century. The anti-democratic document imposed during the Copenhagen summit on the international community, which had believed in the promise of cooperation in the fight against climate change, is another of the actions that have disappointed many people in the world. The United States, the country that produces the largest greenhouse gas emissions, was not willing to make the necessary sacrifices, despite what its president had said. But the list of contradictions existing between the ideas that the Cuban nation has defended with great sacrifices for half a century and the selfish policy of that colossal empire is endless. Nonetheless, we have no aversion to Obama, much less the people of the United States. We believe that healthcare reform was an important battle, and success, for the government of that country. And yet it seems unusual to us that that government approved medical care for the vast majority of its citizens 234 years after the Declaration of Independence, sanctioned in Philadelphia in 1776 and inspired by the ideas of the French encyclopedists, a right that Cuba assures to the entire its population for half a century already, despite the cruel and inhumane blockade, still in force today, imposed by the most powerful country that has ever existed. Long before, Abraham Lincoln, after nearly a century of independence and a bloody war, had succeeded in obtaining freedom for the slaves. On the other hand, I cannot forget that more than a third of the world's population lacks medical assistance and essential medicines to ensure health, a situation that will get increasingly worse with the progressive worsening of climate change and the shortage of water and food. In a globalized world where the population increases, the forests disappear, the arable land decreases, the air becomes unbreathable, and the human species that inhabits it, which appeared on the planet less than 200,000 years ago, that is, 3,500 million years after the first life forms, runs the real risk of disappearing as a species. Admitting that health reform is a success of the Obama government, the current President of the United States cannot ignore that climate change represents a threat to the health and, even worse, to the very existence of all the nations of the world, which will become reality when the increase in temperature, beyond the critical limits that are already on the horizon, causes the glaciers to melt, while the tens of millions of cubic kilometers of water stored in the enormous ice sheets of Antarctica, Greenland, and Siberia will melt within a few decades, flooding all the port facilities in the world and the lands where a large part of the world's population lives, feeds and works today. Obama, the leaders of rich countries and their allies, their scientists and their sophisticated research institutes know this well. There's no way they can ignore it. I understand the satisfaction with which, in the presidential speech, the support of the members of Congress and the administration who made the miracle of healthcare reform possible, which also strengthens the government's position towards lobbyists and political mercenaries who try to limit its action. It would be worse if the protagonists of torture, contract killings and genocide were still in the United States government. Being undoubtedly an intelligent and well-informed person, Obama knows that there is no exaggeration in these words of mine. I hope that the nonsense he sometimes says about Cuba does not cloud his intelligence. Riding the wave of success in the battle for the right to health for all Americans, 12 million immigrants, the vast majority of whom are Latin Americans, Haitians, and from other Caribbean countries, are calling for the legalization of their presence in the United States, where they carry out their harder jobs and which American society, where they are arrested, separated from their families and sent back to their country, cannot do without. Most of them are people who emigrated to North America to escape the tyrannical governments imposed by the United States on the countries of that area and the brutal poverty due to the plundering of their resources and the unequal exchange policy. Their remittances represent a high percentage of the GDP of their country's economy. Now they await an act of elementary justice. If the adjustment law was imposed on the Cuban people, which favors brain theft and the emigration of young educated Cubans, why are such brutal methods used against illegal immigrants from Caribbean and Latin American countries? The devastating earthquake that hit Haiti, the poorest country in Latin America where an unprecedented natural disaster struck, causing the death of over 200,000 people, and the immeasurable economic damage that a similar phenomenon caused to Chile, are eloquent evidence of the dangers that threaten so-called civilization and of the need to take drastic measures to give the human species hope of survival. The Cold War brought no benefit to the world's population. The immense economic, technological, and scientific power of the United States would not survive the tragedy looming over the planet. President Obama should search his computer for the data and talk to scientists more authoritative than him. He would realize how far his country is from being the model he hopes for humanity. Being African American, he suffered discrimination in that country, as he recounts in his book My Father's Dreams. There he encountered the poverty in which tens of millions of North Americans live. He trained there, but there he also enjoyed, as a successful professional, the privileges of the rich middle class, and ended up idealizing that social system where the economic crisis, the lives of soldiers sacrificed needlessly and his unquestionable political talent made him allowed the electoral victory. Despite this, for the most die-hard right, Obama is an extremist who continues to be fought in the Senate in an attempt to cancel the effects of the health care reform, openly sabotaging it in various states of the Union and declaring the unconstitutionality of the approved law. The problems of our age are even more serious. The International Monetary Fund, the World Bank and other international credit institutions, which are under the strict control of the United States, allow the large U.S. banks, which created tax havens and which are responsible for the financial chaos that reigns on the planet, are regularly bailed out by the government whenever a system crisis arises. The United States Federal Reserve issues at will the convertible currency that finances the wars of conquest, the profits of the military-industrial complex, the military bases scattered around the world and the large investments through which multinational companies control the economy of many countries of the world. Nixon unilaterally suspended the conversion of the dollar into gold, while in the safes of New York banks there are 7,000 tons of gold, more than 25% of the world reserves of this metal, a figure which, at the end of the Second World War, exceeded 80%. The public debt is said to exceed $10 trillion, more than 70% of GDP, and is a burden that is passed on to new generations. This is stated, when in reality it is the world economy that finances the debt with the enormous expenditure on goods and services it makes to purchase American dollars, with which the large American multinationals have seized a considerable part of the world's wealth and support the nation's consumer society. Anyone realizes that this system is unsustainable and why the richest sectors of the United States and its allies around the world defend a sustainable system only with ignorance, lies and conditioned reflexes sown in world public opinion through the monopoly of the media, including major internet networks. Today the scaffolding collapses in the face of the advance of climate change and its disastrous consequences which place humanity in front of an unprecedented dilemma. Wars between powers no longer seem to be a possible solution to great contradictions, as they were until the second half of the 20th century, and yet they have had such an impact on the factors that make human survival possible that they could put a premature end to existence of the intelligent species currently inhabiting the planet. A few days ago I expressed my belief that, in light of current scientific knowledge, human beings cannot help but solve their problems on planet Earth, since they will never be able to travel the distance that separates the Sun from the nearest star, located 4 light-years away, a speed that is equivalent to 300,000 kilometers per second, as our middle school students know. Even if in that solar system there was a planet similar to our splendid Earth. The United States invests fabulous sums to establish whether there is water on Mars and whether some elementary form of life has existed, or exists. Nobody knows why, unless it is pure scientific curiosity. On our planet, millions of species continue to disappear at an increasing rate and water supplies are increasingly contaminated with poisons. The new laws of science, starting from Einstein's formulas on energy and matter, the Big Bang Theory as the origin of the millions of constellations and infinite stars and other hypotheses, have profoundly changed fundamental concepts such as that of space and that of time, which are the object of attention and analysis by theologians. One of these, our Brazilian friend Frei Beto, addresses the issue in his essay A Obra do Artista, Una Visão Holística do Universo, presented at the latest Havana International Book Fair. The advances in science over the last 100 years have changed the traditional approach that for thousands of years prevailed in the social sciences, and even in philosophy and theology. The interest that the most honest thinkers show towards new knowledge is high, but we know absolutely nothing about what President Obama thinks about the compatibility between consumer society and science. In the meantime, it is worth pondering these matters from time to time. I am sure that this does not mean that human beings will stop dreaming and facing things with the necessary serenity and with nerves of steel. At least for those who work in politics it is a duty, and it is a noble and indispensable purpose for a fair and supportive human society. March 24, 2010. The follies of our age. You can't help but call things by their name. Those who still have a modicum of common sense can see, without much effort, how little realism still remains in today's world. When U.S. President Barack Obama was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, Michael Moore declared, "Now you earn it." The brilliant comment was liked by many for its insight, although not a few, in the decision of the Norwegian Committee, saw only demagogy and exaltation of the apparently inoffensive policy of the new President of the United States, an African-American citizen, excellent orator and intelligent politician, at the head of a powerful empire plunged into economic crisis. When the World Meeting in Copenhagen was about to be held, Obama raised the hopes of many by speaking of a binding agreement in which the United States would join the general consensus aimed at avoiding the ecological catastrophe that threatens the human species. But what happened there was completely disappointing, and international public opinion was the victim of a painful deception. In the recent World Conference of Peoples on Climate Change and the Rights of Mother Earth held in Bolivia, many answers came from the wisdom of the ancient indigenous populations, invaded and essentially destroyed by the European conquerors who, in search of gold and easy riches, for centuries have imposed their selfish culture incompatible with the sacred interests of humanity. Two pieces of news received yesterday clearly express the philosophy of the empire, which seeks to convince us of its democratic, peaceful, disinterested, and honest character. Just read the text of the agencies coming from the capital of the United States. Washington, April 23, 2010, the President of the United States, Barack Obama, is evaluating the possibility of deploying an arsenal of missiles with conventional warheads, not nuclear, but capable of hitting targets anywhere in the world within an hour and with a very powerful explosive capacity. Although the new superbomb, mounted on Minuteman-type missiles, does not have nuclear warheads, it will have an equivalent destructive capacity, and this is confirmed by the fact that its deployment is foreseen by the START II agreement, recently signed with Russia. The Moscow authorities requested, and succeeded in having the request included in the agreement, that for each of those missiles the United States eliminate a rocket with a nuclear warhead. According to what the New York Times and the CBS television network report, the new bomb, called PGS, would be capable of killing the leader of Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden, in a cave in Afghanistan, of destroying a North Korean missile ready for launch or to attack an Iranian nuclear site, all without crossing the atomic threshold. The Obama government is looking with interest at the advantage that comes from having a non-nuclear weapon that has the same localized impact effects as an atomic bomb. At first, this project was promoted by Obama's predecessor, Republican George W. Bush, but was stopped by protests in Moscow. If we bear in mind that the Minutemans also carry nuclear warheads, the Moscow authorities said, it is impossible to exclude that the launch of a PGS is the beginning of a nuclear attack. But Obama's government believes it can provide Russia and China with the necessary guarantees to avoid misunderstandings. The missile silos of the new weapon will be mounted far from nuclear warhead depots and can be periodically inspected by experts sent from Moscow and Beijing. The super bomb can be launched together with a Minuteman missile, capable of flying through the atmosphere at the speed of sound and with a load of explosives of 500 kilos. Sophisticated devices allow the missile to release the bomb and drop it on the target with extreme precision. Responsibility for the PGS project, whose estimated cost is $250 million, just for the first year of testing, falls to General Kevin Chilton, who has command of the North American nuclear arsenal. Chilton explained that the PGS will fill a gap in the Pentagon's current range of choices. Even today we are capable of hitting any point in the world with non-nuclear weapons, but in no less than 4 hours, the general said. For faster actions, he acknowledged, we can only resort to nuclear alternatives. In the future, with the new bomb, the United States will be able to act quickly and use conventional resources, whether against a terrorist group or an enemy country, in much shorter times and without raising international ire for having used nuclear weapons. The first tests are expected to begin in 2014 and, by 2017, the weapon will be part of the U.S. arsenal. At that moment Obama will no longer be in power, but the superbomb may represent the non-nuclear legacy left by the president who has already won the Nobel Peace Prize. Washington, April 22, 2010, an unmanned spacecraft from the United States military took off from Florida this Thursday, shrouded in a veil of mystery about the purpose of the military mission. The robotic spacecraft, or the launch is imminent, Air Force Major Angie Blair told AFP. Resembling a miniature spaceship, the plane is 8.9 meters long and has a wingspan of 4.5 meters. The reusable spacecraft has been years in the making, and the Army has released only vague explanations about its purpose and role in the military's arsenal. The vehicle is conceived as a sort of orbiting laboratory to test new technologies and components before they are destined for already operational satellite programs, said the Air Force in a recent statement. Some officials informed that the X-37B will land at the Vandenberg Air Force Base in California, but without specifying how long the inaugural mission will last. To be honest, we don't know when it will return, Gary Payton, Deputy Undersecretary of Air Force Space Programs, told reporters this week. Payton pointed out that the spacecraft could stay in space for up to 9 months. The plane, manufactured by Boeing, began as a project of the U.S. Space Agency in 1999, which was then passed to the Air Force, which plans to launch a second X-37B in 2011. Do you need anything else? Today we must face a colossal obstacle, climate change, which is already uncontainable. There is talk of an inevitable increase in temperature of more than 2 degrees centigrade, which will have catastrophic consequences. In just 40 years, the world's population will grow by 2 billion people to a total of 9 billion. The piers, hotels, bathing establishments, roads, factories, and port facilities will remain submerged in a period of time less than half of the average existence of the generations of that rich and developed country, which today selfishly refuses to do even the minimum sacrifice to safeguard the survival of the human species. Agricultural land and drinking water will decline significantly. The seas will become polluted, many marine species will no longer be edible and others will disappear. Logic doesn't say it, scientific research says it. Through natural genetics and the transfer of some species from one continent to another, human beings had managed to increase the production per hectare of some foods and other products useful to humans, which for a certain time stemmed the shortage of foods, such as corn, potato, wheat, fiber, and other products. Later, genetic manipulation and the use of chemical fertilizers also represented a contribution to the satisfaction of vital needs, but they are now reaching the limit of their possibilities to produce healthy food suitable for consumption. Furthermore, in just 2 centuries, the hydrocarbon resources that nature took 400 million years to form have been depleted. Likewise, vital, non-renewable mineral resources needed by the world economy are running out. For its part, science has created the ability to self-destruct the planet several times in a few hours. The greatest contradiction of our era consists precisely in the ability of the human species to self-destruct and in its inability to govern itself. Human beings have managed to increase their life expectancy to limits that surpass their ability to survive. And in this battle he rapidly consumes the raw materials he has at his disposal. Science has made it possible to transform matter into energy, as happened with the nuclear reaction, at the price of enormous investments, but we cannot even see the way to transform energy into matter on the horizon. The very high amount of investment in research in this sense is demonstrating the impossibility of obtaining, in a few dozen years, what the universe took tens of thousands of millions of years to create. Does the child prodigy Barack Obama have to explain it to us? Science has grown extraordinarily, but ignorance and poverty are also growing. Is there anyone who can prove the opposite? April 25, 2010. The Empire and the War. Today I want to address another topic that I consider to be of capital importance. The real danger that North Korea is attacked by the United States, given the recent incident that occurred in that country's waters, could probably be avoided if the President of the People's Republic of China decided to use his right of veto, a prerogative which that country does not like to exercise in the agreements discussed within the United Nations Security Council. Then there is a second and more serious problem to which the United States cannot give a plausible answer, the conflict created around Iran. And this has been clearly seen since President Barack Obama gave his speech on June 4, 2009 at the Islamic University of Al-Azhar, in Cairo. In a reflection I wrote then, 4 days later, after I had obtained an official copy of the speech, I used numerous quotes to analyze its importance. I remember some of them. We have come together at a time of great tension between the United States and Muslims around the world. Colonialism denied rights and opportunities to many Muslims. The Cold War often used Muslim-majority countries as agents, without taking their aspirations into account. It was truly impressive to hear this and other reasoning coming from the mouth of an African-American president, which appeared as irrefutable truths, like those contained in the Philadelphia Declaration of July 4, 1776. I came here so that a new era based on mutual interests and respect can begin between the United States and Muslims around the world. As the Holy Quran says, be aware of God and always speak the truth. It is part of my responsibility as President of the United States to fight negative stereotypes about Islam, wherever they come from. He continued like this, reeling off some thorny arguments from the universe of insoluble contradictions that surround United States politics. During the Cold War, the United States played a role in the overthrow of a democratically elected Iranian government. Since the Islamic Revolution, Iran has played an active role in kidnappings and acts of violence against U.S. soldiers and civilians. The close relations between the United States and Israel are well known. It is an indissoluble bond. In the refugee camps in the West Bank, in Gaza, and in the border territories, there are many waiting for a life of peace and security that they have never had. Obama's statements appeared vibrant, and in some cases sincere, as he kept repeating them during the feverish race around the world, every time Air Force One arrived, on time, at its destination. Yesterday, May 31st, the international community was moved by the assault, which took place in international waters, tens of miles from the coast of Gaza, perpetrated by almost 100 soldiers of the Israeli Special Forces who, at dawn, dropped from helicopters and opened fire on hundreds of peaceful people of different nationalities, causing, according to press sources, no less than 20 deaths and dozens of injuries. Among those attacked, who were carrying aid intended for Palestinians besieged in their own homeland, were U.S. citizens. When at the Islamic University of Al-Azhar Obama spoke of the overthrow of a democratically elected Iranian government, adding that since the Islamic Revolution, Iran has played an active role in kidnappings and acts of violence against soldiers and civilians. He was referring to the revolutionary movement led by Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini who, from Paris, without using weapons, defeated the armed forces of the most powerful guardian the United States could count on in South Asia. It was unlikely that the world's greatest power would resist the temptation to install one of its military bases there, south of the Soviet Union. More than 50 years earlier, the United States had already crushed another absolutely democratic revolution, bringing down the Iranian government of Mohammad Mossadegh. He had been elected Prime Minister of Iran on April 24, 1951. On May 1 of that same year, the Senate had approved the nationalization of oil, which was Mossadegh's strong point. The long years of negotiations with foreign countries, he declared, have so far not given any results. It is obvious that he was referring to the great capitalist powers that control the world economy. Faced with the intransigence of British Petroleum, which was then called the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, Iran confiscated its plants. The country was unable to train technicians, while Great Britain had withdrawn qualified personnel and responded with a blockade of spare parts and markets. He sent his war fleet in combat gear to Iran. The result was that Iranian oil production decreased from 241.4 million barrels in 1952 to 10.6 in 1953. It was in these favorable conditions that the CIA organized the coup to overthrow the government of Mossadegh, who died 3 years after. The monarchy was restored and a powerful ally of the United States came to power in Iran. With other countries, the United States has always done this, since it was created in one of the richest territories on the planet. That nation has never respected the rights of the indigenous populations who have lived there for millennia, nor those of the blacks imported as slaves by the English colonizers. Yet I am certain that millions of intelligent and honest Americans know these truths. President Obama can make hundreds of speeches in an attempt to reconcile, to the detriment of the truth, contradictions that are irreconcilable. He can make people dream with the magic of his well-articulated sentences while making concessions to characters and groups completely devoid of ethics. He can outline fantastic worlds which exist only in his head and which unscrupulous advisers, aware of his orientation, sow in his mind. Two necessary questions arise. Will Obama be able to enjoy the joy of a second presidential election without the Pentagon or Israel, which behaves in no way respectful of the decisions of the United States, using their nuclear weapons in Iran? And if this happened, what will life be like on our planet? June 1, 2010. The origin of wars. Last July 4 I stated that neither the United States nor Iran would give in, the former due to the pride of the powerful, the latter due to the ability to resist the yoke and fight that it has demonstrated so many times in history. In almost every war there is one side that wants to avoid it, and sometimes both want it. In this case, even if one of the two parties does not want it, what happened with the two world wars of 1914 and 1939, which broke out just 25 years apart, would happen. The frightening massacres that followed would not have occurred if there had not been miscalculations behind them. Both wars were fought in defense of imperialist interests, and it was thought that the objective would be achieved without paying the terrible price that was ultimately paid. In the case we are examining, one party defends national interests, which are absolutely legitimate, while the other pursues bastard goals and sinister material interests. If you analyze all the wars that have taken place in the known history of our species, you will see that one side pursued those goals. And the illusions of those who think that this time those objectives will be achieved without triggering the most terrible of all wars are absolutely in vain. In one of the best articles published by the Global Research website on Thursday, July 1, Rick Razoff provides numerous and irrefutable elements of judgment on the intentions of the United States that every well-informed person should know. According to the author, the United States thinks that victory is achieved if the adversary knows that it is vulnerable to an instantaneous and impossible to intercept, oppressive and devastating attack, which leaves no possibility to defend itself or take retaliatory measures. a country that aspires to remain the only state in history to exercise wide-ranging military dominion on land, in the air, on the seas and in space. Which maintains and spreads military bases and troops, aircraft carrier battle groups and strategic bombers to almost all latitudes and longitudes. Which does so with a war budget that amounts to $708 billion for next year. It was the first country to develop and use atomic weapons. The United States has 1,550 deployed nuclear warheads, another 2,200 stored, and a triad of land, air, and submarine launch vehicles. The non-nuclear arsenal used to neutralize and destroy air and strategic defenses, potentially all significant military forces of other nations, will consist of intercontinental ballistic missiles adapted for launch from submarines, cruise missiles, supersonic bombers, and super stealth which are able to avoid radar detection and, consequently, air and ground defenses. Rozov lists the numerous press conferences, meetings, and statements that, in recent months, have featured the chiefs of staff and senior officials of the United States government. He explains the agreements with NATO and the reinvigorated cooperation with partners in the Near East, first and foremost Israel. It states that the United States has also intensified space and cyber warfare programs with the potential to cripple the military, control, communications, cyber, and intelligence surveillance and command systems of other nations, leading to vulnerability in all fields, except that of the most basic tactics. He mentions the signing in Prague, which took place on April 8 of the current year, of the New START treaty between Russia and the United States, which does not provide for any restrictions on the potential, current and planned, overall attack convention of the United States. It reports numerous news on the subject, and offers a stunning example of the intentions of the United States. It reports that the Department of Defense is studying a range of technologies and systems to enhance the conventional global immediate strike capability that could provide the President with more realistic and technically appropriate options to address new and developing threats. I am sure that no president, not even the most experienced military leader, would know what to do if it wasn't all already programmed by computers. Rozov continues undaunted by reporting what Global Security Newswire says in an analysis by Elaine Grossman titled "The Cost of Testing a U.S. Global Strike Missile Could Reach $500 million." The Obama government has requested $239.9 billion for global immediate strike research and development by the military services in 2011. If funding levels remain as projected for over the next few years, the Pentagon will have spent about $2 billion on global immediate strike by the end of 2015, according to budget documents submitted to Congress last month. 3 years ago, Popular Mechanics described a horrifying scenario, comparable to the effects of a PGS attack, talking about the marine version of the latter. From the Pacific, a nuclear submarine Ohio emerges, ready to receive the launch order from the President. When the order arrives, the submarine fires a 65-ton Trident II missile into the sky. Within 2 minutes, the missile flies at over 22,000 kilometers per hour. Above the oceans and outside the atmosphere it accelerates for thousands of kilometers. At the apex of the parabola, in space, the 4 warheads of the Trident detach themselves and begin their descent towards the planet. The warheads fly at 21,000 kilometers per hour, loaded with tungsten rods, which have twice the strength of steel. When on target, the warheads explode, raining down thousands of rods, each of which has 12 times the destructive force of a .50 caliber projectile. Everything within 279 square meters of that turbulent metallic storm is obliterated. Immediately afterwards Rozov explains the statement of April 7 this year made by the Chief of Staff of the Russian Armed Forces, General Leonid Ivashev, in an article entitled Obama's Nuclear Surprise. In this article he refers to the U.S. President's speech given last year in Prague, using these words: "The existence of thousands of nuclear weapons is the most dangerous legacy left by the Cold War." While on his signing of the START II agreement which took place in that same city on April 8, he says, In the history of the United States of the last century, there is not a single example of sacrifice of the country's elites in favor of humanity or the peoples of other countries. Would it be realistic to expect that the arrival of an African American president in the White House would be enough to change the country's political philosophy, traditionally oriented towards achieving global domination? Those who believe this should try to understand why the United States, the country with the largest military budget of all the other countries in the world combined, continues to spend enormous sums of money on preparations for war. The concept of immediate global attack envisages a concentrated attack in which several thousand precision conventional weapons are used which, in 2 to 4 hours, are capable of destroying the essential infrastructure of the target country, forcing it to capitulate. The concept of global immediate strike is intended to ensure the United States military monopoly and widen the gap between that country and the rest of the world. Coupled with the deployment of missile defense that theoretically serves to safeguard the United States from retaliatory attacks by Russia and China, global immediate strike transforms Washington into a modern-era global dictator. Essentially, the new nuclear doctrine of the United States is part of that country's new security strategy, which should be called a strategy of total impunity. The United States increases military allocations, gives NATO carte blanche to act as a global guardian and plans exercises in the real situation of Iran, to test the efficiency, in practice, of the global immediate strike initiative. At the same time, Washington talks about a world completely free of nuclear weapons. In essence, Obama claims to deceive the world by talking about a humanity freed from nuclear weapons, which in reality would be replaced by extremely destructive ones, more effective for terrorizing the rulers of other states and successfully carrying forward the new strategy of total impunity. The Yankees believe that Iran's surrender is imminent. The European Union is expected to propose its own sanctions package to be signed on July 26. The last meeting of the P5+1 group took place on July 2, after Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad had stated that his country would return to attend the talks at the end of August with the participation of Brazil and of Turkey. A senior European Union official noted that neither Brazil nor Turkey were invited to participate in the talks, at least not at that level. The Iranian Foreign Minister, Manoucher Mottaki, declared himself in favor of defying international sanctions and continuing with uranium enrichment. Furthermore, starting from Tuesday, July 5, faced with European pressure aimed at obtaining the adoption of additional measures against Iran, this country responded that it will not negotiate until September. With each passing day, the chances of overcoming the insurmountable obstacle become slimmer. What will happen is so obvious that it could be predicted almost exactly. As for me, I have to be self-critical, because I made the mistake of stating, in the reflection of June 27, that the conflict would break out on Thursday, Friday, or at most Saturday. It was already known that some Israeli warships were heading towards the target together with Yankee naval forces. The order to search Iranian merchant ships had already gone out. I didn't realize that I had missed a preliminary step, Iran's persistence in denying permission to inspect the ship. In analyzing the tortuous language used by the Security Council in imposing sanctions against that country, I had overlooked that detail, which was essential for the inspection order to have full validity. It was the only step missing. The 60-day deadline, established by the Security Council on June 9, to receive information on the implementation of the resolution expires on August 8. But in reality something more deplorable happened. I was working with the latest materials developed on the delicate topic by the Cuban Foreign Ministry, and I realized that the document did not contain two key paragraphs, the last of the aforementioned resolution, which read verbatim. Urges the Director General of the IAEA to submit, within 90 days, to the IAEA Board of Governors and, simultaneously, to the Security Council for consideration, a report illustrating whether Iran has completed the suspension, complete and sustained implementation of all activities mentioned in Resolution 1737, and is implementing all measures requested by the IAEA Board of Governors and complying with other provisions of Resolutions 1737, 1747, 1803 and this resolution. It states that it will examine Iran's actions in light of the report referred to in paragraph 36, which must be submitted within 90 days, and that a. will suspend the application of the measures provided that Iran suspends all activities relating to enrichment and reprocessing, including research and development, and as long as the suspension lasts, which the IAEA will be responsible for verifying, it will allow negotiations to be started in good faith aimed at quickly reaching a mutually acceptable result. Cease to apply the measures specified in paragraphs 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 12 of Resolution 1737, in paragraphs 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7 of Resolution 1747, in paragraphs 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 of Resolution 1803 and paragraphs 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23 and 24 of this resolution, as soon as determine, after receiving the report referred to in the previous paragraph, that Iran has punctually complied with its obligations under the relevant Security Council resolutions and the requirements of the IAEA Board of Governors, which decision the Board of Governors shall confirm. C. If the report shows that Iran has not complied with the provisions of Resolutions 1737, 1747, 1803 and this resolution, it will adopt, pursuant to Article 41 of Chapter 7 of the Charter of the United Nations, other appropriate measures to persuade the Iran to comply with the provisions of the aforementioned resolutions and the requirements of the IAEA, and underlines that other measures should be taken if necessary. Probably, after many hours of exhausting effort spent making copies of all the documents, some colleague in the ministry fell asleep. It was my eagerness to seek information and exchange opinions on these sensitive topics that allowed me to discover the aforementioned omission. From my perspective, the United States and its NATO allies have said their last word. Two powerful, authoritative, and prestigious states did not exercise their right of veto on the perfidious UN resolution. It was the only possibility to take time and look for some formula to save the peace, an objective that would have given them greater authority to continue fighting. Today, however, everything hangs by a thin thread. My main intent was to warn international public opinion of what was happening. I managed to do this partly by observing what was happening, given that as a political leader I had to face the empire, its interference, and its unspeakable crimes for years. However, I don't do it out of revenge. I have no hesitation in running the risk of compromising my modest moral authority. I will continue to write reflections on this topic. In the months of July and August there will be others that will delve deeper into the issue, unless some incident occurs that unleashes the evil weapons that are currently aimed at each other. I enjoyed the final matches of the World Football Championship and the volleyball matches, a sport in which our courageous team is first of its group in the World Championships. July 11, 2010. Appeal to the President of the United States. A few days ago an article was published that analyzes many facts related to the oil spill that occurred 105 days ago. President Obama had authorized that drilling, trusting in the capacity of modern technology used today in the production of oil, an essential product for contemporary civilization which he wants to have in abundance to free the United States from imports. The excessive consumption of crude oil had already raised vigorous protests from environmentalists. Not even George W. Bush had wanted to take the risk of taking this step, mindful of the bitter experience experienced in Alaska by an oil tanker transporting crude oil extracted in that region. That accident also occurred during the hunt for the product that consumer society desperately needs, a need that the new generations have inherited from the previous ones, with the difference that today everything is moving at a speed never imagined. Scientists and environmental advocates have outlined their theories about catastrophes occurring over hundreds of millions of years, originating from so-called methane bubbles. These would have caused colossal tsunamis that would have hit much of the planet, with winds reaching twice the speed of sound and waves 1,500 meters high, causing the disappearance of 96% of living species. Their fear was that, in the desperate search for oil, we would begin to drill, thanks to the modern technological equipment we have today, in the Gulf of Mexico, which for some cosmic reason is the region of the planet where the karst rock separates us from the huge layer of methane. Regarding the oil spill caused by British Petroleum, news agencies inform that the federal government has warned of the need to stay away from the epicenter of operations with the threat of $40,000 fines for each infraction and the possibility of arrest for more serious crimes. The EPA has officially announced that Platform Number 1 releases methane, benzene, hydrogen sulfide and other toxic gases. Those working in the field today use sophisticated means of protection that include state-of-the-art gas masks supplied by the military. There are events of enormous importance that are occurring with unusual frequency. The first, and most immediate, is the risk of nuclear war after the sinking of the sophisticated Cheonan corvette which, according to the South Korean government, was caused by a torpedo launched from a Soviet-made submarine, both built more than 50 years ago, while other sources speak of another cause, the only possible and unprovable one, a mine placed by the U.S. Secret Services in the hull of the Cheonan. Immediately thereafter, blame was placed on the government of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Added to this singular event, a few days later, was Resolution 1929 of the United Nations Security Council, which ordered the inspection of Iranian merchant ships within a period of no more than 90 days. The second risk, which is already partly producing devastating effects, is represented by the progressive advancement of climate change, which has even worse effects, denounced by the documentary Home, made by Jan Arthus Bertrand with the participation of the most prestigious ecologists in the world. And finally, the oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico, a few miles from our homeland, which causes all kinds of concerns. On July 20, a launch from the EFE news agency reported the declarations of the already well-known Admiral Thad Allen, coordinator of the operations to contain the loss of crude oil in the Gulf of Mexico, who declared that he had authorized British Petroleum, owner of the well and responsible for the leak, to extend the tests for another 24 hours to determine the solidity of the Macondo structure after the installation, which took place 10 days ago, of a new containment bell. According to official data, there are approximately 27,000 abandoned wells on the seabed of the Gulf. 92 days after the BP platform accident, the main concern of the U.S. government is the underground structure of the well because, if it were damaged, the crude oil would seep into the rocks and from there into many areas of the seabed. It is the first time that in an official statement we see the fear that the now inactive wells will begin to leak crude oil. Readers interested in the topic are forced to disentangle the sensationalist aspects and the scientific data. In my opinion, there are things that have not been given a plausible explanation. Why did Admiral Allen state that the government's main concern is that the underground structure of the well will be damaged and the crude oil will seep through the rocks and from there into many other areas of the seabed? Why did British Petroleum declare that it was not responsible for the crude oil that leaked 15 kilometers from the well where the accident occurred? According to what was observed by the Cuban group in charge of analyzing the problem, we would have to wait another 15 days, the time necessary to drill the auxiliary well, which has a route almost parallel to the one that caused the loss of crude oil, from which it is located at a distance less than 5 meters. In the meantime, we just have to wait, as well-behaved children do. If there is so much reliance on the parallel well, why wasn't this measure taken sooner? And what will we do if this measure proves to be as ineffective as the others? In a recent conversation I had with a person very well informed on the details of the accident, I learned that, based on the shape of the well and the characteristics of the surrounding environment, in that case there is no risk of a spill of methane. As of July 23, there is no news on the matter. On the 24th, the DPA agency states that an eminent U.S. scientist accused BP of bribing experts conducting research on the oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico to slow down the publication of the data, according to what he told the BBC television network. And yet he does not connect this immoral behavior with the damage to the underwater structure, the oil spill and the unusual levels of methane. On July 26, London's major media outlets, BBC, Sunday Times, Sunday Telegraph, and others, reported that British Petroleum's board of directors will today decide on the resignation of Chief Executive Tony Hayward over mismanagement shown in the address The Emergency of the Oil Spill in the Gulf of Mexico. For their part, the Mexicans El Universal and Notimex published the news that no decision had been made within British Petroleum on changes in management and that a meeting of the board of directors was scheduled for that afternoon. On the 27th, news agencies reported that the executive president of BP had been fired. July 28. 12 cables and 14 countries, including the United States and many of its key allies, reported embarrassing statements about the disclosure by the WikiLeaks organization of secret documents on the war in Afghanistan. Although Barack Obama admitted that he was concerned about the leak, and declared that the information was old and contained nothing new. A statement not without cynicism. The founder of WikiLeaks, Julian Assange, declared that the documents testify to war crimes committed by the U.S. military. And they testify to it with such precision that they have shaken the U.S. Secret Services to their foundations. Those documents speak of civilian deaths that have never been made public. And this has sparked conflicts between those responsible for these atrocities. There is total silence on the risks of methane gas leaks from inactive wells. July 29. An AFP launch gives incredible news. Osama bin Laden was a man from the United States Secret Services. Osama bin Laden appears in the information published by WikiLeaks as an active agent, present and respected by his men in the Afghan-Pakistani area. It was known that bin Laden had collaborated with the United States in fighting the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, but the world thought that, having to fight against a foreign invasion, he had accepted the help of the United States and NATO because at that time was necessary and that, once the country was liberated, he rejected foreign interference and founded the Al-Qaeda organization to fight the United States. Many countries, including Cuba, condemn his terrorist methods which involve the death of countless innocent victims. But how surprised would world public opinion be if they learned that Al-Qaeda was created by the government of that country? It was used as a justification for starting the war against the Taliban in Afghanistan and one of the motivations, among others, behind a further invasion and occupation of Iraq by U.S. military forces. Two countries where thousands of young Americans have already died and where many have been maimed. Between Afghanistan and Iraq, there are more than 150,000 American soldiers stationed for an indefinite period, and with them there are members of the units of the militarist organization NATO and other allies, such as Australia and South Korea. On July 29, a photo was published of a 22-year-old American man, Bradley Manning, a Secret Service analyst, who had passed 240,000 classified documents to the WikiLeaks website. There has been no pronouncement on his guilt or his innocence. What is certain is that they won't be able to harm a single hair of his head. WikiLeaks members have vowed to make the truth known to the world. On July 30, the Brazilian theologian Frei Beto published an article entitled Cry of the Earth, Clamor of the People. In particular, there are two paragraphs that express the essence of the writing. The ancient Greeks had already noticed, Gaia, the earth, is a living organism. And we are one of her fruits, generated by 13,700 million years of evolution. However, for the last 200 years we have not been able to take care of it, and instead have turned it into a commodity from which we hope to obtain maximum profit. Today all life forms on the planet are at risk, even the human species and the earth itself. To prevent the apocalypse from arriving early, we must question the myths of modernity, the market, development, national states, which are all based on instrumental reason. That same day, in an AFP launch, we read, the People's Republic of China does not approve the unilateral sanctions adopted by the European Union against Iran, the spokesperson of the Chinese Foreign Minister, Zhang Yu, declared today. Likewise, Russia has vigorously protested and condemned the sanctions imposed on that region. On July 30, an AFP report reported that the Israeli defense minister had declared, the sanctions that the UN has imposed on him will not prevent Iran from carrying out activities related to the enrichment of uranium in view of the atomic bomb. On August 1, another AFP report reported that a senior officer of the Revolutionary Guards today warned the United States of a possible attack against Iran. Israel does not rule out military action against Iran to block its nuclear program. The international community, led by Washington, has recently intensified its pressure against Iran, accused of trying to obtain a nuclear weapon through a covert civilian nuclear program. Javanese statements preceded a statement by the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, Michael Mullen, who this Sunday assured that a U.S. attack plan against Iran is envisaged to prevent Tehran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. On August 2, in an AFP launch, with similar content to that of other news agencies, it was stated, "I have to go to New York in September to participate in the United Nations General Assembly. I am willing to sit in front of Obama, face to face and, man to man, speak freely about global issues in front of the media, to find the best solution," Ahmadinejad said during a speech broadcast on state television. But President Ahmadinejad stressed that the dialogue must be based on mutual respect. If they think they can wave a stick and tell us we have to accept everything they say, they are wrong, he added. The Western powers do not understand that things have changed in the world. You support a country that has hundreds of atomic bombs, but which says it wants to stop Iran, which could possibly have it one day. The Iranians have said they will fire 100 missiles at each of the US and Israeli ships blockading Iran as soon as an Iranian freighter is inspected. In this way, when Obama gives the order to implement the Security Council resolution, he will decree the sinking of all US warships in that area. No president of the United States has ever had to make such a dramatic decision. He should have seen it coming. For the first time in my life I want to address US President Barack Obama directly. She must know that the only real possibility of offering peace to humanity is in his hands. And that he will be able to use his prerogative to give the order to shoot only once. Probably, after this dramatic experience, solutions will be found that will prevent us from reaching this apocalyptic situation. In his country, everyone, even his worst opponents on the left and right, will be grateful to him, even the people of the United States, who have no responsibility for the situation that has been created. I ask you to deign to listen to this appeal that I make on behalf of the Cuban people. I understand that we cannot wait, and moreover she would never give a quick answer. Think about it carefully, consult with your trusted specialists, ask your most powerful allies and your adversaries to express their opinion on the matter. I'm not looking for joy or honor. But do it. Only in this way will the world truly be able to free itself from nuclear and conventional weapons. The darkest prospect is nuclear war, which, after all, is already virtually inevitable. Avoid it. August 3, 2010. The killing of Osama bin Laden. Many know that, on September 11, 2001, our people expressed their solidarity with that of the United States by offering the modest cooperation they can sustain in the health field, to help the victims of the brutal attack on the Twin Towers in New York. In the chaos that reigned in the first hours after the attack, we also immediately offered our country's landing strips to U.S. planes that had nowhere to land. It is known that, historically, the Cuban Revolution is against actions that endanger the lives of civilians. Just as we were firm supporters of the armed struggle against Batista's tyranny, we were against, in principle, any terrorist act that resulted in the death of innocent people. Having maintained this conduct for half a century gives us the right to express our point of view on this delicate topic. That day, during the demonstration that took place in Ciudad Deportiva, I reiterated my belief that international terrorism can never be resolved through war. It is true that for years he was a friend of the United States, where he was trained, and an opponent of the USSR and socialism, but whatever the actions attributed to bin Laden, the murder of an unarmed human being surrounded by his family, it is however an aberrant fact. And apparently that's exactly what the government of the most powerful nation that has ever existed did. In the carefully prepared speech announcing bin Laden's death, Obama states, "We know that the worst images are those that the world has not seen. The empty chair at the table. Children forced to grow up without their mother or father. The parents who will never hug their child again. The approximately 3,000 citizens who have left a huge void in our hearts." That paragraph contains a dramatic truth, but it cannot prevent honest people from remembering the unjust wars unleashed by the United States in Iraq and Afghanistan, the hundreds of thousands of children who were forced to grow up without their mothers or fathers, and the parents who they will never feel their sons' embrace again. Millions of citizens have fled their villages in Iraq, Afghanistan, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Cuba, and other countries around the world. And in the minds of hundreds of millions of people, the horrible images of the human beings who parade silently in Guantanamo, occupied territory of Cuba, subjected for months, and even years, to unbearable torture that leads to madness, have also remained imprinted in the minds of hundreds of millions of people. They are people kidnapped and transferred to secret prisons with the hypocritical complicity of supposedly civilized societies. Obama has no way to hide the fact that bin Laden was executed in front of his children and wives, who now find themselves in the hands of the authorities of Pakistan, a Muslim country of almost 200 million inhabitants, whose laws have been violated, national dignity was offended, and religious tradition was outraged. How will he prevent the wives and children of that man executed without law or trial from telling what happened, and that the images are broadcast all over the world? On January 28, 2002, CBS journalist Dan Rather broadcast, through that station, the news that on September 10, 2001, one day before the attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, Osama bin Laden had undergone dialysis in a Pakistani military hospital. He was in no condition to hide and protect himself in deep caves. Killing him and throwing him to the bottom of the sea reveals fear and uncertainty and turns him into a more dangerous character than he is. Most likely, after the initial euphoria, public opinion in the United States itself will end up criticizing the methods which, far from protecting citizens, end up multiplying feelings of hatred and revenge against them. May 4, 2011. Obama, United Nations General Assembly. I allow myself a break from the tasks that occupy all my time these days, to dedicate a few words to the singular opportunity that the 66th session of the United Nations General Assembly represents for political science. When Chavez returned to his country from Cuba on the night of Thursday, September 22, he spoke with indignation about the speech given by Barack Obama to the United Nations. There are not many times in which I have heard him refer with such disenchantment to a leader towards whom he showed a certain respect, as a victim of the racial discrimination prevalent in the United States. He had never considered him capable of acting like George Bush, and he had a good memory of the words they exchanged during the meeting in Trinidad and Tobago. Yesterday, at the United Nations, we heard a set of speeches. Precise speeches like that of President Dilma Rousseff, of high ethical value like that of President Evo Morales, and a speech that we could define as a monument to cynicism, that of President Obama. A monument to cynicism revealed by his very face, a face that was a poem, that of a man who called for peace. Think about it, Obama who calls for peace, based on what morality? President Obama's speech was nothing less than a historic monument to cynicism. We listened to precise, indicative speeches such as that of President Lugo and that of the President of Argentina, who took courageous positions in front of the world. When the meeting in New York began on the morning of Wednesday, September 21, the President of the United States, after the speech by the President of Brazil, which opened the debate, and after the formal presentation, took the podium and gave the off to his speech. For 70 years, he began, while the UN prevented a third world war from breaking out, we continue to live in a world marked by conflicts and afflicted by poverty. While we proclaim our love of peace and hatred of war, upheavals continue to unfold around the world that put everyone in danger. It is not clear when, according to Obama, the UN prevented World War III. I took office at a time when the United States was engaged in two wars. The first against extremism, which led us to war. First of all, Osama bin Laden and his Al-Qaeda organization were still free. Today we have established a new direction. At the end of the year the military operations in Iraq will end and we will establish normal relations with a sovereign country, a member of the community of nations. This alliance will consolidate with the strengthening of Iraq, its security, its government, its people, and also its aspirations. What country is Obama talking about? By ending the war in Iraq, the United States and its allies will transition Afghanistan into transition. We have people in Afghanistan who can take responsibility for the future of their country, and to the extent they do, we will withdraw our forces and build an alliance of solidarity with the Afghan people. Therefore there is no doubt that the tide of war is receding. I took office when thousands of Americans were serving in Afghanistan and Iraq, but by the end of this year, that number will be cut in half and will continue to decline. All of this is fundamental to the sovereignty of Iraq and Afghanistan, as well as being essential to the strengthening of the UN and the United States. Among other things, we are leaving there with a very strong position. 10 years ago, in the center of the city there was a broken heart, there were twisted irons and an open wound. Today, every new skyscraper that goes up symbolizes the renewal of New York. Al-Qaeda is under pressure like never before, its leadership has been undermined. Osama bin Laden, a man who has killed thousands of people in dozens of countries, can no longer endanger world peace. Whose ally was bin Laden, who trained and armed him to fight the Soviets in Afghanistan? It was not the socialists, nor the revolutionaries of any part of the world. It has been a very difficult decade, but today we find ourselves at a crossroads in history and we have the opportunity to move decisively towards peace. To do so we must return to the wisdom of those who founded this institution. The United Nations and its charter call us to unite to maintain international peace and security. Who has military bases everywhere in the world? Who is the largest arms exporter? Who owns hundreds of spy satellites? Who invests more than $1 billion a year in military spending? This year we have seen great transformations. Many more nations have taken steps forward to maintain peace and security, and many more individuals are claiming the right to live in peace and freedom. Then Obama cited the cases of South Sudan and Ivory Coast. He did not say that in the first the Yankee multinationals launched themselves on the oil reserves of that new country, whose president, in that same UN assembly, stated that it was a precious but non-renewable resource, and he proposed a rational and optimized use. Obama didn't even say that peace in Côte d'Ivoire was achieved with the support of the colonialist soldiers of an illustrious member of the warlike NATO, which has just dropped thousands of bombs on Libya. Shortly afterwards he mentioned Tunis, attributing to the United States the credit for the successes of the popular movement that brought down the government of that country, which was an ally of imperialism. Even more surprising is that Obama pretends to ignore the fact that the United States was responsible for the establishment, in Egypt, of the tyrannical and corrupt government of Hosni Mubarak, who, by insulting the principles of Nasser, allied himself with imperialism, took away his country tens of billions and exercised tyranny over that fearless people. Until a year ago, Obama said, Egypt had only one president for almost 30 years. For 18 days the eyes of the world remained focused on Tahrir Square, where Egyptians from all social strata, young people, children, women, men, Muslims, and Christians were demanding their universal rights. We saw in those demonstrators the strength of nonviolence that brought us from New Delhi to Selma, and we can see that change, in Egypt and in the Arab world, came through peaceful means. Day after day, faced with bullets and weapons, the Libyan people did not give up their freedom, and when they were threatened by these atrocities, which we have seen often in recent centuries, the UN respected its charter and the Security Council authorized the necessary measures to avoid a massacre in Libya. The Arab League forcefully called for this intervention and an alliance was created, a coalition to prevent the advance of Gaddafi's forces. Yesterday the leaders of the new Libya had their place here alongside us, and this week the United Nations and the United States are opening a new embassy in Tripoli. This is how the international community should work, nations coming together to seek peace and security, and individuals demanding their rights. We all have a responsibility to support the new Libya, the new Libyan government that faces the transformation of this promise into a blessing for all Libyans. Gaddafi's regime is over. Gbagbo, Ben Ali, and Mubarak are no longer in power. Osama bin Laden is gone, and the idea that change can only come about through violence has been buried with him. Look with how much poetry Obama treats the bin Laden issue, whatever the responsibility of this ancient ally, executed with a shot in the face in front of his wife and children and thrown into the sea from an aircraft carrier, ignoring customs and religious traditions of over a century. Billion believers, in addition to the elementary legal principles established by all penal systems. Such methods do not lead, nor will they ever lead, to peace. Something is happening in our world, he continued, talking about Libya. The way things have gone represents the future. Tyranny is over, tyrants have been cast aside, and power now belongs to the people. Young people reject dictatorship and the lie according to which some races, some peoples, some ethnic groups do not deserve democracy. The promise made on paper according to which we are all born free and with the same rights is ever closer to becoming reality. The measure of success is whether people can live with sustainable freedom, dignity, and security. The UN and its members must do what is necessary to support these fundamental aspirations, and, in this sense, we still have work to do. Immediately afterwards he attacks another Muslim country where, as is known, the secret services, together with the Israeli ones, systematically kill the most illustrious scientists of military technology. He then threatens Syria, where Yankee aggression can lead to a massacre more frightening than the one perpetrated in Libya. Today, men, women, and children have been murdered and tortured by the Syrian regime, many of them during the sacred period of Ramadan. Thousands have crossed the border into Syria. The Syrian people have shown dignity and courage in their search for justice, protesting peacefully and dying for the very values this institution defends. The question is simple: support the Syrian people or their oppressors. The UN has already applied sanctions to Syrian leaders. We support the transfer of power that responds to the desire of the Syrian people, and many have joined us in this effort. However, for the good of Syria, world peace, and security, we must speak with one voice. There are no excuses. The time has come for the Security Council to sanction the regime and support the Syrian people. Is there any country that has remained outside the bloody threats of this illustrious defender of international security and peace? Who granted the United States these prerogatives? In that region we must respond to calls for change. In Yemen, women, girls, and men gathered in the streets, every day, with the hope that their determination and shed blood would bring about change. The American people support these aspirations. We must work with neighbors and partners around the world to seek a path to a peaceful settlement of Saleh's government and to free and fair elections as soon as possible. Reform measures have been taken in Bahrain. We are happy with it, but much more is needed. We are friends of Bahrain and will continue to demand that the government and its opponents seek meaningful dialogue that allows for peaceful change and fulfills the desires of the people. We are convinced that Bahraini patriotism can be stronger than the sectarianism that divides it. It's difficult, but it can be done. He made no mention whatsoever of the fact that one of the largest military bases in the region is located there and that Yankee multinationals control and dispose of the largest oil and gas reserves in Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates at will. We believe that each nation must follow its own path to be able to satisfy the aspirations of the people. We cannot agree with everyone politically, but we will always defend the universal rights supported by this assembly, rights that depend on free and fair elections, on transparent governments that are able to account for their actions, on respect for the rights of women and minorities, by fair and equal justice for all. Our people deserve this. These are the elements of lasting peace. The United States will continue to support nations moving towards democracy by increasing trade and investment, so that freedom is followed by opportunity. We will renew our commitment to governments, but also to civil society, students, entrepreneurs, political parties, the press, and the media. We have condemned those who violate human rights and hinder their spread in these countries. We punish those who violate these rights, and we will always be the voice of those who have been silenced. After this long tirade, the illustrious Nobel Prize winner delves into the thorny topic of his alliance with Israel, which he does not include among the privileged owners of one of the most modern nuclear weapons systems and means capable of reaching distant objectives. He knows full well how arbitrary and unpopular this policy is. I know there is a fundamental argument in this sense, for these rights. And it puts U.S. foreign policy to the test as the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians continues. A year ago I stood on this podium and insisted on a free Palestine. I believed then, and I still believe today, that the Palestinian people deserve their own state, but I also said that authentic peace can only be achieved between Israelis and Palestinians. A year later, despite many efforts by the United States and beyond, the parties have not resolved their differences. Faced with this impasse, last May I proposed a new basis for negotiations, which is clear and known to all. The Israelis must know that any agreement must include guarantees for their security, while the Palestinians must know the territorial limits of their state. I know many feel frustrated by the lack of progress, and I have been and am too. The question is not what goal we are pursuing, but how we will achieve it. Peace requires a lot of work. Peace will not come from resolutions, nor from declarations made at the UN. If it were that easy, it would have already been achieved. The Israelis and the Palestinians must sit at a table and, since they will live together, they are the ones who must seek a feasible solution for their borders, a solution on Jerusalem, on refugees. Peace depends on agreement between those who, after our speeches are over, long after we vote, will have to live together. Then Obama goes into an interminable harangue aimed at explaining and justifying the inexplicable and the unjustifiable. Without a doubt the Palestinians have seen this go on for too long, and, precisely because they believe so much in the aspirations of the Palestinian people, the United States has invested a lot of time and effort in building a Palestinian state and in negotiations that could lead to the birth of a Palestinian state. But we must also understand that the United States is committed to Israel's security, which remains essential. Our friendship with the Israeli state is deep and long-lasting. The Jewish people have successfully established a state and deserve recognition and normal relations with their neighbors, and friends of the Palestinians are doing them no favors by ignoring this truth. Each party has legitimate aspirations, and this is one of the reasons that makes peace so difficult, which will only be achieved when each contender learns to put themselves in the other's shoes and see the world through the other's eyes. This is what we need to encourage, what we need to promote. Meanwhile, Palestinians continue to be exiled from their own homeland. Their homes are destroyed by monstrous mechanical instruments, while a hateful wall, higher than that of Berlin, divides them. The best thing Obama could have done would have been to recognize that it is Israeli citizens themselves who are tired of the waste of resources invested in the military sector that deprives them of peace and access to vital resources. Like the Palestinians, they too are suffering the consequences of these policies imposed by the United States and the most belligerent and reactionary elements of the Zionist state. As we face these conflicts and revolutions, we must recognize and remember that true peace depends on creating opportunities that make life worth living, and therefore we must confront humanity's common enemies: weapons, nuclear power, poverty, ignorance, and disease. Who can understand anything in this jumble uttered by the President of the United States in front of the General Assembly? Immediately afterwards he postulates his incomprehensible philosophy. To prevent global destruction, we must strive for a world without nuclear weapons. In the last 2 years we have started to follow this path. After the Washington summit, many nations have guaranteed that their nuclear equipment is safe from any terrorists. But can there be worse terrorism than the aggressive and belligerent policy of a country that possesses an arsenal of nuclear weapons capable of destroying human life on this planet many times over? The United States will continue to work to prohibit the testing of nuclear materials and those for the construction of nuclear weapons, Obama continues to promise. So we are headed in the right direction. The United States is committed to honoring its obligations, but we expect that, as we honor our commitments, institutions will also help limit the spread of these weapons. Iran has been unable to demonstrate that its nuclear program is peaceful. Here he is again with the same old story. This time, however, Iran is not alone, but in the company of the Democratic Republic of Korea. North Korea must take appropriate measures to reduce weapons and contain bellicosity against the South. If their governments respect international obligations, there is a future of many opportunities for the people of these nations. However, if they insist on walking outside the boundaries of international law, they must feel more pressured by isolation. This is what our commitment to peace and security requires. If our Nobel Prize winner deceives himself, which remains to be demonstrated, this would perhaps explain the incredible contradictions in his reasoning and the confusion he sows among his listeners. There is not a minimum of ethics or even politics in the attempt to justify his announced decision to veto any resolution in favor of the recognition of Palestine as an independent state and member of the United Nations. Even politicians who do not share socialist thought at all and lead parties that were close allies of Augusto Pinochet proclaim Palestine's right to be a member of the UN. The words spoken by Barack Obama on the main issue under discussion today in the General Assembly of this organization can only be applauded by the guns, missiles, and bombers of NATO. The rest of his speech are empty words, devoid of moral authority and meaning. We can see the absolute lack of ideas when, in a world hungry and plundered by multinationals and the consumerism of developed capitalist countries, Obama proclaims, "To fight diseases we need to improve healthcare systems. We will continue to fight against AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. We will dedicate ourselves to the health of adults and children. We must prevent, detect, and combat every biological threat, whether it is the H1N1 virus, a terrorist threat or a disease. On climate change, we must use limited resources and continue to work on what was established in Copenhagen and Cancun, so that large economies continue their efforts. We must work together to transform energy, which is the engine of the economy, and support developing economies. This is the commitment that the next generations will have to make. And to ensure that societies are able to develop their potential, we must also enable citizens to develop their potential. It is universally known that the United States did not sign the Kyoto Protocol and that it has sabotaged all efforts aimed at preserving humanity from the terrible consequences of climate change, despite being the country that consumes a considerable and disproportionate part of fuels and resources world. I want to bear witness to the idyllic words with which he claims to flatter the heads of state gathered there. There is no straight line, nor a single path to success. We come from different cultures and have different histories, but we cannot forget that, when we gather here as heads of different governments, we represent citizens who share fundamental aspirations, which are the same for everyone, to live with dignity and freedom, to have an education and opportunities, to love one's family and to love and worship one's gods, to live in peace, so that life is worth living. The nature of an imperfect world has meant that we learn this lesson every day. Because those who came before us believed that peace was preferable to war and repression and that prosperity was preferable to poverty. This is the message that comes to us, not from the capitals, but from the people, from the people. And when the pillar of this institution was being built, Truman said, "The United Nations is fundamentally the expression of the moral nature of the aspirations of the human being." We live in a world that changes at great speed, and this is a lesson we must never forget. Peace is difficult, but we know it is possible, and therefore we must ensure that it is defined by hopes and not fears. We must achieve peace together, a peace that is lasting. Thank you. Having listened to this speech to the end deserves more than gratitude, it deserves an award. 25 to 26 September 2011. The G20 meeting. Tomorrow begins the meeting of the G20, that is, the most developed and richest countries on the planet. On one side of the table, the United States, Canada, Germany, Great Britain, France, Italy, and the European Union as separate entities with the right to participate. They are the bastions of NATO, in addition to its allies Japan, South Korea, Australia, and Turkey, the latter in the dual role of a developing country and a member of NATO, as well as Saudi Arabia, a gigantic deposit of light oil in the hands of Western multinationals, who extract 9.4 million barrels a day there, whose value at the current price reaches $1 billion. On the other hand, a group of countries with growing economic and political weight, which in fact are transformed, due to the number of their inhabitants and their natural resources, into the expression of the interests of the majority of our suffering and plundered world, the Republic Popular Chinese, the Russian Federation, India, Indonesia, South Africa, Brazil, Argentina, and Mexico. Spain, also a NATO ally, is only an invited country. It is a meeting between the large producers of machinery and industrial products and the large suppliers of raw materials who, over the course of half a millennium, after the conquest, were colonies of Europe to which over the last century, victims of an unfair trade, they provided agricultural products, minerals, and energy resources. This dark period of history has existed since the descendants of the barbarian tribes that populated Europe discovered this hemisphere and conquered it armed with swords, crossbows, and arquebuses. The discoverers, so praised by the so-called Western world, as if a part of humanity had not already lived on that continent for around 40,000 years, were animated by the intention of finding a shorter route for trade with China. In that country, of which they had news through the merchants of silk and other valuable products, so desired by the aristocracy and the nascent bourgeoisie, they had found a great civilization that possessed a written language, refined art, agriculture, metals, and advanced systems of political and military organization, including armies with tens or hundreds of thousands of cavalry soldiers. They were on the verge of shipwreck when, near Cuba, they sighted land. Shortly afterwards, Columbus took possession of our island in the name of the King of Spain. Could he have done it if he had instead arrived in China, as he intended? That mistake of his cost this hemisphere tens of millions of lives, lost due to the division of America, by virtue of a papal bull, between two kingdoms of the Iberian Peninsula, in the continuous conflicts of their medieval nobility. The conquest and search for gold and silver cost, as the brilliant Indian painter Oswaldo Guayasamín pointed out, 70 million lives of those who inhabited the hemisphere, which was the cradle of important civilizations. Black Africa can also testify to what that conquest meant for millions of his children, torn from their land and sold as slaves in this hemisphere. The multimillionaire oligarchy, whose heads of state or government will meet in Cannes with representatives of almost 6 billion inhabitants who aspire to a dignified existence for their people, should meditate on this reality. Those countries claim to monopolize technologies and markets through patents, banks, the most modern and expensive means of transport, the cybernetic domination of complex production processes, the control of communications and the media to deceive the world. Now that the planet has 7 billion inhabitants, states that represent just 1 in every 7 people, who are not very happy, judging by the mass protests in Europe and the United States, are putting the survival of our species at risk. Who can forget that the United States is the country that sabotaged the Kyoto agreements when there was a little more time available to prevent the catastrophe, especially given the speed with which climate change occurs? On the 28th and 29th of last October, another meeting of the heads of state and government that form the community of Ibero-American countries took place. Among the calamities that the Spanish and Portuguese-speaking peoples have had to endure is the fact that they are the region of the world with the greatest inequalities in terms of wealth distribution. Cuban Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez Parilla went from the UN meeting in New York on the blockade of Cuba to the capital of Paraguay, where the meeting of the Community of Ibero-American Countries was held. At that meeting we talked about the crisis shaking the European Union. Portugal's new Prime Minister has expressed his bitterness towards the European Union, saying that, after the exceptionally large bailout for Greece, it was left exhausted and without funds. Therefore it could not face a crisis in Portugal, because it would end up bankrupt, and it is unable to help Italy, the seventh largest economy in the world, whose collapse would also drag with it France, in whose banks the majority of Italian debt is accumulated. Iberian leaders doubt that the commitment made to Greece will be respected and, if so, they foresee a longer crisis than that of 1929. This morning the news agencies report on the serious damage caused by rain never seen before in Thailand, the largest rice exporting country, whose sales will be reduced from 25 million tons to 19. Instead, the news that China increased its production of copper metal to almost 5 million tons had considerable effects. However, while the United States retains its veto power within the International Monetary Fund, that same body prohibits China from promoting the yuan as a convertible currency. How long will this tyranny last? This is the lens through which we must analyze every word that is said at the G20 summit. November 2, 2011. The best president of the United States. A well-known European news agency, the day before yesterday, reported that in Sydney, Australia, a group of Australian researchers from the University of New South Wales announced the production of a new electric cable 10,000 times thinner than a hair, with the same electrical conduction capacity as a traditional copper cable. Bent Weber, the head of the project started by the Australian University, explained in an essay published in the journal Science that being able to make connections with cables of those microscopic dimensions is essential for the development of future electrical circuits. The cable was created by Australian and US physicists using chains of phosphorus atoms in a silicon crystal. The cable measures just 4 atoms wide by 1 atom high. This discovery is fundamental in the international race to develop quantum computers, superfast machines capable of processing enormous quantities of data in a few seconds, while the same calculations would take current computers years or even decades. In a traditional copper cable, electricity is generated when copper electrons flow along the conductor. However, as the cable or conductor gets smaller, the resistance to electrical flow increases. To get around this problem, the Weber-led team used specially designed atomic precision microscopes, which allowed them to put phosphorus atoms into silicon crystals. This meant that the new cable behaved like copper cable, i.e. with electrons flowing easily and without resistance problems. With this technique we are demonstrating that it is possible to reduce components down to the size of a few atoms, Weber said. And physicist Michelle Simmons, in charge of overseeing the project, observed, if we use atoms as bits, we need wires the same size as atoms. Reading about this unstoppable advance of technology, which should be at the service of humanity's well-being, I was reminded of what I wrote 4 days ago on global warming and the progressive exploitation of dangerous shale gas, in a world that in 200 years it has consumed fossil fuels accumulated over 4 billion years. I imagined Obama, a man skilled in using words, whose dreams, in his desperate bid for re-election, are light years away from those of Martin Luther King, more than the nearest habitable planet is from Earth. Worse still, any Republican member of Congress running for president, or leader of the Tea Party has more nuclear weapons on his conscience than ideas in his head. Imagine for a moment a powerful quantum computer capable of multiplying infinitely the data that current computers contain today. Isn't it clear that the worst thing is the absence, in the White House, of a robot capable of governing the United States and preventing the war that will put an end to our species? I am sure that 90% of Americans, especially Hispanics, blacks and the growing number of impoverished middle-class people, would vote for the robot. January 9, 2012. The difficult times of humanity. In the chaos of events that are occurring at a frenetic pace, the world is increasingly misinformed. Those like me who have lived a few years longer, and who show a certain greed for information, are witnesses of the ignorance with which we faced events in the past. While an ever-increasing number of people around the world lack homes, bread, water, healthcare, education, and work, the Earth's riches are squandered on weapons and in endless fratricidal wars, which has become an abominable attitude increasingly widespread worldwide. Our glorious and heroic people, despite the inhuman blockade that has lasted for half a century, have never lowered the flag. He has fought and will fight against the threatening empire. This is our small merit and our modest contribution. On the opposite pole of our planet, where Seoul, the capital of South Korea, is located, President Barack Obama is taking part in a summit on nuclear security, to impose policies regarding the possession and use of nuclear weapons. Without a doubt these are unusual facts. As for me, I didn't notice all this by chance. It has been my experience lasting more than 15 years, since the triumph of the Cuban Revolution, after the Bay of Pigs, the criminal Yankee blockade to reduce us to hunger, the pirate attacks, the Dirty War and the missile crisis of October 1962, which brought the world to the brink of massacre, to make me come to the conclusion that sincere Marxists and Christians, of whom I have known many, regardless of their political and religious beliefs, had and could fight for justice and peace among human beings. So I supported and continue to support without any hesitation. The reasons on which I rely today are absolutely valid and even more important, and the history of the last 40 years confirms this to me. Today more than ever, because Marxists and Christians, Catholics and non-Catholics, Muslims, Shiites and Sunnis, freethinkers, dialectical materialists and thinking beings, no one wants to see our unrepeatable thinking species disappear prematurely, waiting for the complex laws of evolution to another emerges who resembles her or is capable of thinking. I will gladly greet His Excellency Pope Benedict XVI tomorrow Wednesday, as I did with John Paul II, a man for whom contact with children and the people invariably aroused feelings of affection. I decided to ask for a few minutes of his time when I learned from our Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez that he would be happy to have this simple and modest contact. March 27, 2012. Sleep with your eyes open. I carefully observed Obama in the famous summit meeting. Sometimes his tiredness was stronger than him and his eyes closed involuntarily, but sometimes he slept with his eyes open. In Cartagena, it was not uninformed presidents who had gathered, but the official representatives of 33 countries of this hemisphere, the vast majority of which demand answers to economic and social problems of fundamental importance that affect the area of the world where there is the greatest inequality in distribution of wealth. I don't want to put my opinion ahead of that of millions of people capable of analyzing with depth and clarity the problems of Latin America, the Caribbean, and the rest of the globalized world, where a few have everything and everyone else has nothing. Whatever you want to call it, the system imposed by imperialism in this hemisphere is worn out and is no longer sustainable. In the immediate future, humanity will have to face, among other problems, those relating to climate change, security, and nutrition of a growing world population. A wave of excessive rain is hitting Colombia and Venezuela. A recent study reveals that, in March of this year, the temperature in the United States increased by 4.8 degrees Celsius compared to the historical average recorded. The consequences of these changes, well known in the capitals of the main European countries, are a catastrophe for humanity. People expect clear answers to these problems from political leaders. The Colombians, where this discredited summit took place, are a hard-working, self-sacrificing people who need, like the others, the collaboration of their Latin American brothers, in this case Venezuelans, Brazilians, Ecuadorians, Peruvians, and others capable of doing that which the Yankees, with their sophisticated weapons, their expansionism, and their insatiable material greed will never do. Never before have José Martí's predictions been more valid than at this moment. The trees must line up to prevent the seven-league giant from passing. The time has come to count ourselves, to march together, to stand together, tight as silver at the roots of the Andes. Very far from the brilliant and lucid thoughts of Bolívar and Martí are the chewed, sweetened, and continually repeated words of the illustrious Nobel Prize winner, pronounced during a ridiculous tour of the Colombian countryside and which I listened to yesterday evening. They only serve to recall the speeches of the Alliance for Progress, 51 years ago, when the monstrous crimes that have plagued this hemisphere had not yet been committed, where our country fought not only for the right to independence, but also for that of existing as a nation. Obama talks about handing over the lands, but he doesn't say how many, or when, Or how? Yankee multinationals will never give up control of the land, water, mines, and natural resources of our countries. Their soldiers should abandon military bases and withdraw their troops from all our territories. They should renounce unequal exchange and plunder of our nations. Perhaps CELAC would become what it is meant to be, a hemispheric political organization without the United States and Canada. Their decadent and unsustainable empire has now earned the right to rest in peace. I think the images of the summit should be carefully preserved, as an example of a disaster. I leave aside the scandals caused by the actions attributed to members of the secret services responsible for Obama's personal security. I have the impression that the men who have been entrusted with this task are characterized by their professionalism. This is what I saw when I visited the UN and saw them dealing with heads of state. They certainly protected him from those who would not hesitate to act against him on racial grounds. That Obama can sleep with his eyes closed, even for a few hours, without someone giving him a speech on the sex of angels at a surreal summit. April 16, 2012. Obama knows it. The article on Latin America that I read recently, which has the greatest demolishing power, was written by Rená Vega Cantor, professor at the National Pedagogical University of Bogotá, and published 3 days ago by the Rebellion website, with the title Echoes from Summit of the Americas. It is a short article and it is not necessary for me to report it. Anyone interested can look for it on the right site. I have spoken several times about the infamous agreement that the United States imposed on the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean when the Organization of American States was created, during a meeting of foreign ministers held in Bogotá in April 1948. In those days, by pure chance I was there to participate in a conference of Latin American students in which they would mainly discuss the fight against the European colonies and the bloody tyrannies imposed by the United States in this hemisphere. One of the most brilliant Colombian political leaders, Jorge Elier Gaitan, who had managed to unite the most progressive sectors of Colombia who opposed the Yankee opprobrium, and whose future electoral victory no one doubted, had offered to contribute to the student conference. That man was cowardly murdered. His death sparked a rebellion that continued for more than half a century. Social struggles have continued over the millennia, when human beings, through war, could have a surplus of production to satisfy essential needs. As is known, physical slavery, the most brutal form of exploitation, spread in some countries until just over a century ago, even in our homeland, during the final phase of Spanish colonial power. In the United States, slavery of African descendants remained in force until the presidency of Abraham Lincoln. The abolition of that brutal form of exploitation occurred just 30 years before Cuba. Martin Luther King dreamed of equality for blacks in the United States until just 44 years ago, when, in April 1968, he was assassinated. Our era is characterized by the accelerated progress of science and technology. Whether we are aware of it or not, it is what determines the future of humanity and opens a completely new era. What prevails in all corners of the globalized world is our species' struggle for survival. For the time being, all Latin Americans, and especially our people, will be influenced by the process taking place in Venezuela, the cradle of America's liberator. I do not need to repeat what you already know, namely that our people are closely linked to the Venezuelan people, to Hugo Chavez, promoter of the Bolivarian Revolution, and to the United Socialist Party he founded. One of the first activities that resulted from the Bolivarian Revolution was medical cooperation with Cuba, a sector where our country has achieved particular prestige, recognized by international public opinion. The Bolivarian government has created thousands of centers equipped with high-tech equipment, supplied by specialized global industry, to provide assistance to its people. Chavez himself did not choose an expensive private clinic to treat himself, but put himself in the hands of the medical services that he offers to his people. Furthermore, our doctors have dedicated part of their time to training Venezuelan doctors, in classrooms adequately equipped by the government. Regardless of income, the Venezuelan people have been able to take advantage of the specialized services offered by our doctors, positioning themselves among the best patients in the world with health indices that have begun to visibly improve. President Obama knows all this very well and has discussed it with some of his visitors. He told one of them frankly that the problem is that the United States sends soldiers, while Cuba sends doctors. Chavez, a leader who in 12 years has not known a minute of rest, and with iron health, was struck by an unexpected illness, diagnosed and treated by the same specialized personnel who assisted him, and it was not easy to persuade him of need to pay at least a little attention to your health. Since then he has had exemplary conduct, slavishly following the prescribed treatments, without ignoring his duties as head of state and leader of the country. His attitude is, dare I say, heroic and disciplined. His thoughts do not detach themselves for even a minute from his obligations, sometimes to the point of exhaustion. I can testify to this, because I never stopped having contact and exchanging goddesses with him. He has never stopped dedicating his prolific intelligence to the study and analysis of the country's problems. The baseness and slander of the spokespersons of the oligarchy and the empire amuse him. I have never heard him insult anyone, nor say vulgarity when he talks about his enemies. It's not up to him. And the more the enemy is confronted with this character of him, the more he tries to slander and strike him. For my part, I can only reiterate the modest opinion expressed in more than half a century of struggle, namely that the oligarchy will never be able to govern this country again. This is why it is worrying that the United States government has decided, in this context, to promote the fall of the Bolivarian government. On the other hand, continuing to maintain that a desperate struggle is taking place in the upper echelons of the Bolivarian government to take command of the revolutionary government, if President Chavez is unable to overcome his illness, is a vulgar lie. On the contrary, I myself have been able to see that consensus and unity exist in the direction of the Bolivarian revolution. In this context, therefore, a mistake by Obama in Venezuela could cause a river of blood. And Venezuelan blood is Ecuadorian, Brazilian, Argentine, Bolivian, Chilean, Uruguayan, Central American, Dominican and Cuban blood. This is the reality from which we must start, from the analysis of the political situation in Venezuela. Now is it clear why the workers' anthem calls for changing the world by overthrowing the bourgeois empire? April 27, 2012. The Nobel Peace Prize. As we mark the first anniversary of bin Laden's death, Obama competes with his rival Mitt Romney in justifying that action which was perpetrated near a military academy in Pakistan, a Muslim country allied with the United States. Marx and Engels never talked about killing the bourgeois. In the old bourgeois conception, judges judged and executioners executed. It is certain that Obama was a Christian and learned the craft of transmitting ideas, an art that helped him greatly in his rapid rise within the hierarchy of his party. In the Declaration of Philadelphia of July 1776, it is stated that all men are born free and equal and the Creator grants certain privileges to all, but 3/4 of a century after the Declaration of Independence, black slaves were still sold in the public square along with their wives and children and, almost 2 centuries later, Martin Luther King, Nobel Peace Prize winner, had a dream, but it was murdered. The Oslo Commission awarded Obama its prize and he became almost a legend. But certainly millions of people have seen the images of Nobel Prize winner Obama quickly traveling to Afghanistan, as if the rest of the world knew nothing about mass murders, the burning of Muslim sacred books and the outrages over the corpses of those killed. No honest person could agree with terrorist actions, but perhaps the President of the United States has the right to judge and kill, to become the tribunal and, at the same time, the executioner, and to perpetrate those crimes against a country and a people who are on the opposite side of the earth? We saw the President of the United States nimbly climb the steps of a steep staircase and, in his shirt sleeves, advance with a bold step along a walkway, before stopping to deliver his speech to a large contingent of soldiers who applauded listlessly at the words of the illustrious orator. Those men were not all born in the United States. I was thinking about the colossal expense that all this implies and that the world pays for, Because who is supporting this enormous expense which now exceeds $15,000 billion? This is what the illustrious Nobel Peace Prize offers to humanity. May 3, 2012. Unusual days. In a writing published on the web on June 7, 2012, entitled The Assassin-in-Chief, we read, "They will not only elect a President of the United States, they will also choose the Assassin-in-Chief." Thanks to a long New York Times article, written by Joe Becker and Scott Shane, entitled Secret Kill List Proves a Test of Obama's Principles and Will, we know that the President has spent much of his time evaluating the nomination of alleged terrorists to be killed through a drone program which he inherited from George W. Bush and which he has progressively expanded. The language of the article about our warrior president centers on the dilemmas of a man who, as we now know, approved and oversaw the growth of an assassination program that had a particularly powerful impact in Yemen, Somalia and in Pakistan, based on a kill list. And he did it systematically, objective after objective, name after name. According to Becker and Shane, President Obama is also no stranger to falsifying drone kill counts to minimize the amount of civilian casualties. Historically speaking, this is all rather unique. The Times describes Obama's role in the drone killing mechanism as unprecedented in presidential history. And that's exactly how it is. It's the strangest of bureaucratic rituals. More or less once a week, more than 100 members of the government's growing national security apparatus gather in a secure video conference to study the biographies of suspected terrorists and tell the president which ones should be eliminated. This secret nomination process is an invention of the Obama government, a nefarious circle in which people watch PowerPoint presentations with the names, aliases, and biographies of alleged members of Al-Qaeda in Yemen or their allies in the militia Shabab in Somalia. The nominations are then sent to the White House where, guided by the counter-terrorism czar John O. Brennan, Obama must approve each name. As we learned from last week's Times, there is not only the assassin-in-chief in the Oval Office, but also a cyber warrior. The passages that I am reporting now represent a brief summary of current events in the United States. The previous, equally sinister day, June 6, 2012, BBC World, with the headline "Is China's Economy Deflating?" states. Numerous indicators point to an economic decline in the Asian country, made up of a sharp decline in electricity demand and industrial production, as well as in factory and retail returns. For some months, China has been suffering from the cold wind blowing from Europe, which is its largest export market, even larger than that of the United States. The country's manufacturing sector has been contracting for 7 months, largely due to weak exports, according to a recent study. More or less from September, no more money arrived in China and from April it began to leave the country. This is all very unusual. To prevent the yuan from strengthening too much, China prevents speculators from buying its currency. Since mid-2010, the Chinese government had diligently allowed the yuan to strengthen against the dollar but, in the last month, as the economy entered a crisis, the value of the yuan depreciated again. Many companies have financed the import of raw materials such as copper, iron ore, and aluminum for construction. China's growth rate just fell below the magic 10% figure, at the same time as the West fell into the deepest recession seen since World War II. For example, the Asian giant has built the world's largest high-speed rail network from scratch, 5 times the size of France's high-speed network. China is in the midst of a delicate transition, with a new generation of leaders coming to power, something that only happens every 10 years. There is an ongoing political struggle, highlighted by the removal of Chongqing's flamboyant governor, Bo Xilai. Over the past 3 years, many party members have benefited from the real estate and credit boom. If this rise comes to an end, they will not want to be among the losers. How this battle will play out, especially if China faces mass protests from unemployed workers, is anyone's guess. I do not agree with this sinister Yankee lie about the fate of China, and I wonder how it is possible to ignore that China possesses the largest reserves of rare earths in the world and enormous volumes of shale gas, which would allow it to exercise power over world energy production, when the power to lie and subjugate will be overthrown. It's already too much. June 9, 2012.